it's going to be 30 lakh people going to watch it. Three times, four times, the people are across the country across the country. I'm just limiting across the globe talking about what is the problem? Why these people are stopping a film? Why this is, kind of thing happening for Talapati Vijay films? So the whole sympathy, empathy, everything has come for the film. So the film is going to benefit whenever it releases. It's going to be humongous. The collection is going to be humongous. The film is going to be a blockbuster. Nobody can stop. They can only delay the success of the film. The whole process of censor board or anybody in the power can only delay the success of the film. They cannot stop the success of the film. So now the credibility of the whole censor board is going to be taking a big, hit, saying that what are you trying to achieve? The Honorable Justice very clearly says that, this is abnormal, what the process you're talking about, whatever I explained. And why are you trying to do this by appealing to the Chief Justice again? And they might even go to the, Supreme Court. In case, this doesn't get, stay in the Chief Justice.
Right.
What are you trying to achieve? What this film has done to you? This film is not watched by public. This film is not complained by anybody.
Right.
It is an examining committees, clearly given. 4 people have already cleared the film. There is one member who had an objection and sent a letter. And for that reason, you're taking it as a ego issue. For that, you're taking it as a personal issue, saying that this is against censor board, and somebody is not accepting my rating or my revision, revised committee, and because of that, I'll delay the process. I'll employ the Attorney General of India, to the extent like, what is the kind of money they are going to spend for this kind of court proceedings, bringing in all the way from Delhi, and looking at, look at the producer has been forced to spend huge money to bring in such big lawyers to fight his case. What are you trying to do for what? As the film has been seen by the people, have anybody said that this film is going to be detrimental to the sovereignty of the country? You tell me, is there any such comment has come? Why are you making it as such a national issue by making it as a big complaint and then going to the appeal and all? This could have been easily handled at the lowest level.
No, you see, Mr. Dhananjay, this is not just a film, right? There are enormous political overtones around Jana Nayagan. What's the sense? Leave the fact that you are looking at it as a film and take the producer's hat away. As an analyst, as an observer, what's the sense? What do you think is the perception that it will create? The perception of Vijay being targeted by who?
Creates a clear-cut communication saying that if you are going to take on the power at the center or anybody who's in the power, whether it's state or center, your film is going to face the music. Okay, this film is going to face whoever has got the power can actually control your film. If you're creating art, unless you're independently creating art and putting it as a book or something like that, you can escape. But if you are going through a process of Central Board of Film Certification, be aware. I tweeted about it. I clearly said that that's getting reported by all the local channels. I clearly said that any filmmaker, please be warned. Get this warning clear. If your film is going to be against the people in the power, whether state or center, people will go to any extent to make sure that your film doesn't release as per the release date. So you ought to have sufficient days. This is my point. You should have 60 days in your hand.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Dhananjay. There are multiple questions to ask you, but you've made very, very strong points. I wonder what the advice would be to the producers and the others involved in this. But thanks very much for joining us. We are right here at the Rohini Theatre, where there would have been a huge festival of sorts if the movie has been released. What is your disappointment? You have come from Singapore to watch the movie?
The movie doesn't have
No, but you came from Singapore to watching Jana Nayagan?
Yeah, we buy the ticket earlier and come down.
And you got your money back?
Yeah, I got back already.
Is that what you want?
No, don't want. We want to see him.
Why do you want to see Vijay?
We love him. We love him.
And your name, ma'am?
Mala.
You're Mala. What are you doing now? You're all taking photos with this poster.
At least we take the photo and then go back to Singapore, that's all.
You have to show to everyone that you came here.
We came here. But everybody's saying we never see him here.
Okay.
That's why.
So you're very disappointed.
Very, very, very disappointed.
What's your message to all those who've not given the film certification?
Very surprised. Depressed. I can't say anything.
Okay.
I cannot. I feel like crying.
And you've come with your whole family.
Yeah, my family. She's the crazy of the
She's the
Vijay.
craziest of the lot. Look, she's running away. She's shy. She's trying to take a photo with Vijay. We'll try and get more Vijay fans because we've asked for some to come here, Vasudha as well. But there's one person amongst us who's been reporting this case who has had a inside track to the film world, and that's Lata Srinivasan. She got to meet the rival star, at least today, which is Shiva Karthikeyan. She got that photo that you see up there is the one that of Lata with Shiva Karthikeyan. Lata, if you can hear me, what's Shiva Karthikeyan saying about all of this? Obviously, he is not giving any interviews at the moment, but you got an inside track to meet him. What's the sense? Is he disappointed that Vijay's film hasn't released? Or is he actually, in a sense, happy that he'll get a clear run at the box office?
No, Veera, I think there is no happiness per se in the fact that, Vijay's film didn't release, because earlier he had stated this is going to be an Annan Tambi Pongal, elder brother, younger brother, with both Jana Nayagan and Parag Shakti coming in, and now it's only going to be a Tambi Pongal because it's only his film that's coming in. And he said this was completely unexpected. Nobody thought this was going to happen. The last 15 days, the kind of information that has been coming in day on day, there have been so many twists and turns. And he said, I wished, that the audience got to see both the films on screen and enjoyed the festival this year and had a great, Pongal. But he is, of course, happy that Parashakti is releasing tomorrow, and he wants, the audience to go and enjoy it in theatres.
Okay, you saying that he wants the audience to go and enjoy the theatre, but very interesting, Lata, that you got that inside track. Hopefully you'll get an inside track with Vijay and get an interview with him as well. Any progress on that? Because he's not speaking to anyone. No one in the TVK is speaking to anyone, Lata.
Yeah, no, Veera, he's right now, in a lot of trouble as far as his film is concerned. And of course, the CBI has also summoned him on January 12th. So I think, he's preoccupied with too many things because, he has one foot still in films and one leg in politics. And right now, he's facing a lot of pressure from both sides and a lot of issues. So I don't think he's going to be meeting the media at any point till at least the film issue gets sorted out and, the movie hits screens, and we don't know when that is as of now.
Right, interesting that you say that. We'll keep you on the line, Lata, because we have the other guests as well. Vasudha joining us. Mamta Kale, former member of the CBFC, joins us. We also have Sumant Raman, who's a keen political observer of Tamil Nadu. Thanks very much, Sumant, for joining us. We also have Vijay Dharani, ex-BJP leader, who's BJP leader and ex-MLA, who was here with me at the Rohini Theatre 2 days ago, who was also eager to watch Jana Nayagan in a sense, Vasudha, but she hasn't been able to. She joins us live as well. We'll have a pro-DMK voice as well join us in a bit. But the sense that the TVK is not responding, Vasudha, and we can put a question across to Mamta Kale as well, who's an ex-member of the CBFC. The sense that the TVK is not responding, what do you make of it? Because it could have been, we just heard a Vijay fan saying the disappointment is pretty clear. We'll have more of them come in a bit from now. But what's your sense?
Veera, I think that, we've been speculating this for some time now. There was a sense that, there was an informal advisory that, all fans have to be well behaved, which is why we didn't see them spilling over onto the streets. But now there is not just disappointment, there's a little bit of anger that's creeping in. And the fact that the CBFC appealed against the single judge order, and now everything has been put on hold and the movie has no chance of releasing before the 21st of January means that there would be a lot more disappointment. But yes, TVK will show an aggressive face, is what we understand from our sources, starting with approaching the Supreme Court on Monday.
That's right. That's interesting. You have a question for Mamta Kale. Mamta Kale, my question is simple to you. 2 days ago, you defended the CBFC when you were on the show. Today, again, the question that's been raised here, and I'm bringing the elephant in the room. The question that's been raised here is, why is such a high-profile focus put on this case, flying down the Solicitor General to argue this case and all these matters, fuels the perception that the film is being targeted by the CBFC at the behest of the BJP. That's the perception that it fuels. Why is that happening?
Thank you so much for having me on your show once again. And I also, wonder, and I'm really surprised as the former member of CBFC as to why is everyone targeting CBFC. CBFC is doing its job. I mean, if CBFC doesn't follow the rules which has been given to them, then the same set of people will say that this body or the member of this body are not doing justice to the job assigned to them by the Information and Broadcasting Ministry. Now, as far as this movie is concerned, again, I would say, why so much of hue and cry? Why so much of halla gulla happening everywhere? I mean, it is just another movie. I mean, like this happens with a lot many other movies. Now, today also, whatever happened in the court is court's decision. First of all, we understand that the single judge did not even give an opportunity to the CBFC to file the counter affidavit. And they have just, the single judge simply decided to set aside the decision of the CBFC chairperson. Is this logical? No, it is not. See, I mean...
okay, so you're saying it's only procedural. Mamata Kale arguing, Vasudha. Why is there so much hangama about this? It's just another film. Every film goes through this. It's a process.
Well, Ms. Kale, we've all often been corrected not to call the CBFC censor board. We've always been told that, it is certification board. But sometimes, you do wonder if such bodies are also prone to political pressure. Ma'am, today the CBFC was also called out, was pulled up for, using a complaint which the judge said was and could have been an afterthought. How foolproof are these procedures when it comes to political pressures?
I will just tell you what the Chief Justice today said. The Chief Justice asked how can single judge bench pass an order without giving an opportunity to CBFC file a counter affidavit. This was told by the Chief Justice. Point number one. Point number two, he also asked another question as to how come the producer of the movie decided to roll out the movie without having the CBFC certification in his hand. I mean, you have to have the CBFC certification with you before you announce the date. So whose fault is this? They were not given the certification. So they should have at least waited for the certification. One more thing I just want to tell you quickly. I heard somebody
Mamata,
saying
I have Kasturi Shankar, actress and activist as well with her. Kasturi, you want to just respond to what Mamata is saying, that it's the producers, they should have the certification before they announce the release date. But from my understanding, most filmmakers announce the date and then wait for the certification because it's a matter of procedure and process.
Yes. I think by the rule book, yes, you cannot. You can announce the release date. You cannot guarantee the release date. You cannot bet on the release date. But you can announce it, and it is the done practice. The practice in any film industry is when you have a high-profile picture, you announce a premium release date, and you work towards it. You work backwards towards it. In that way, I feel the producers have been very remiss because if reports are to be believed, this movie was completed and ready to be screened in April of 2025. However, the producers approached the CBFC on 18th of December. Where was the need to be so lackadaisical? I think the producers absolutely did not understand the gravity of Jana Nayagan as a movie and as a political launch pad for Vijay. They should have anticipated. It's very unfortunate this is happening now, and I don't at all. I'm one of the many disappointed people.
No, you're making an important point. Let me ask Sam Daniel to weigh in on the point that Kasturi is making. Sam Daniel, Kasturi is saying that given that this is a political film, Vijay knows and has been taking on, he knows that there are going to be political connotations. Why did the producers wake up only on the 5th of January? They should have moved the courts, if at all, earlier, and they should have built pressure earlier. Would you also say that the producers were playing to it only in the last minute and were lax? What's the sense you're picking up?
It could be both ways, Viragao. One, they never expected this would get this much delayed. They say they gave a timeline. because the producer, the CBFC had given an understanding that once you make these changes and cuts, automatically you'll get the certification. They waited. And it's also quite possible that the producers want to generate a buzz. The more the delayed, the more the publicity. It will also help them at the box office whenever it sees the light of its day. So it could be both ways. But
you're saying you can't discount the fact that this is all part of a strategy.
That's right.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems a little far-fetched, right?
Parasakti makers were in touch with us and they were very anxious and they were nervous and they, went out of this way to ensure that the certification comes in time. I felt Jana Nayagan producers were really confident and they felt that it would not be so problematic and that the BJP will not do something like this. That's what they said. Of course, BJP and CBFC are different, but they were very confident that the centre will not do something like this because it's about sentiments. I think a little bit of overconfidence did play there, and that's why I think the fact that TVK is a fledgling party does show in crisis times like this that they have to be over prepared, they have to be suspicious, and they have to be a little, they have to be driven by that suspicion.
I'll tell you what, Vasudha, even in a story of this nature, even we need to be censored a little bit because there needs to be a certification for what we say, what we don't say. Sumant Raman, who has observed politics very closely. Sumant, what's your big takeaway? Because my sense is that this only bolsters Vijay's narrative of the one being targeted and politically bolsters him. Is that the way you see it? How would you see it?
Okay, first of all, I would straight away debunk this whole theory that the production house itself deliberately wanted to do something to delay the film. I think that's complete absurdity, for a simple reason that they stand to lose a huge amount of money. There are a whole lot of commitments that are made when a movie is scheduled for release. It's not just it's not something you just talk. There's money involved. So to say that the production house would deliberately delay their own movie, to me it makes very little sense. And just because potentially Vijay can get some political mileage out of it, I don't think so. Second, the important point is between December 22nd, when TVK, the production company says that they were informally informed that the movie would get a 16 plus UA certificate, and the committee had approved that. And the 4th of January, when apparently they were told that somebody has an objection. Now the question is, were they told on, say, 23rd of December or 24th of December or any time intervening before the 4th of January that somebody had an objection? So far, the production house has not categorically clarified that. Now, one other point, Veera, is that, look, this is not about the production house applying 10 days before or 15 days before. Had the censor board wished, this could have had the CBFC wished, they could have even potentially held a meeting subsequently to take a call on what objection this one individual had and got the team to do the necessary
Sumant, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but my colleague Sam Daniel here, who's been breaking all the stories first, has some update that he's going to give us.
Not an update, just a view. In these situations, it's often the producer who should take the reel. Although politically, Vijay could be a fledgling party, lacking that kind of a strategy, their role stops with acting.
All right, okay, no, I got that bit, but let me get Karan as well. Sumant, and I'll come back to you. I'm sorry I interrupted you there. Karan, who's a pro-DMK advocate, who joins us now live because the DMK has also decided not to engage in this issue. Karan, is it because Parashakti, which is overtly and covertly linked to the DMK, is hitting the screens? Will this create a narrative that a DMK film is allowed by the centre but not a Vijay film, which means that Vijay is being targeted by the BJP, but there's also a BJP-DMK understanding?
There's absolutely not the point that we are actually looking at here today. The point is that the CBFC is absolutely undermining our right to freedom, right? That is what we have to look at. This is not an angle that anybody is even looking at, or if anybody is even thinking about, because it's not true, right? The main point here is the fact that the CBFC is curtailing the freedom of speech. That is a right that every concerned citizen, even as you and I have to have access to. So when the CBFC is doing these things, and they had December 19th was when they had looked at the movie. They had ample amount of time to decide on a movie and give the 16 plus UA rating that they wanted. But unfortunately, that is not what is happening. There is an undue delay, an unreasonable delay that, of course, the courts also are looking into, and I will leave the court's decision to them. But today, the main issue here we have to be talking about is the fact that there is a curtailment of our freedom of speech as an entertainment movie that is being stopped from releasing today. That is what we have to be looking at. Right?
All right, you're making a bigger point. Vijay, Dharani, respond to that point being made by Karan. This is not about film, but it's about the right to release a film, and that's being curtailed. He says this needs to be seen as a curb on freedom of speech and expression, not one that's about politics or about a film.
Absolutely.
Respond to that.
See, freedom of speech and other things would arise when a member speaks in the assembly, when a member speaks in the parliament, when any other politician or any other of authority makes a remark. But insofar as a movie is concerned, it is very clear that they have to take the CBFC certification. It is mandatory. So it is not discretionary, it is not optional, it is mandatory. So this certification, they should have gone to the CBFC well in before. 7 months before they should have gone, they should have anticipated the situation. Being a politically set up movie, they should have anticipated everything and they should have gone well in before.
Right.
And any NOC is pending, they should have got the NOC and given. Some NOCs are pending, which they have not cleared. And very important.
All right, so you're putting the onus on the producers. I also have with me, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because right here, though the TVK is not officially responding, and I must say that. Yeah, go ahead, finish your point.
That is, see, they should have challenged the letter 6th of this month letter, 6th of December letter. They should have challenged by way of writ of certiorari. That itself they did not do. Beyond that, the single judge has gone in the issue regarding that letter on jurisdictional issue. So, an appeal has to be preferred because it is the law is being twisted in a different manner. So the appeal is pending. Now we have to wait for the appeal to come up.
All right. So you are saying that it's purely a process, and an appeal was absolutely the way to, because of the case that's there. The TVK is not officially responding. Vasudha had to leave right now, but Sam Daniel still with us, and we also have one guest who's come in. This is Saranya Durai, who's a local TVK worker but a Vijay fan, who 2 days ago, when I'd come to the theatre, was confidently putting up posters, hoping to see Jana Nayagan today. Saranya, disappointed? What's the sense amongst fans of Vijay? I know you can't give me a political response from the TVK because it's not, but as a Vijay fan, what's your sense? Were you hoping, how would the theatre have been had the movie released?
Yeah. We had a great disappointment, and today's it has been a great festival, and the celebration has, I can't say in the words, so we feel very bad about this, yeah.
You're feeling very bad about this. But what is Pongal to you without a Vijay film?
No, there is no Pongal. When for Thalapathy fans, the Pongal is going to be only when the Jana Nayagan is released, and we have no Pongal.
Only when Jana Nayagan releases, you will have Pongal. Ajay, tell me something. You were putting up posters. How much will a person spend on putting up a poster like this? All this is being put by fans with their own money.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You're almost in tears right now.
Yeah, that's about around. They're doing about 10,000 or 20. About what the heights they're doing.
Okay. And you all put these posters for all his films?
Yeah, almost for all his films.
Tell me, theater எப்படி இருந்திருக்கும்? அவர் படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆயிருந்ததுன்னா எப்படி இருந்திருக்கும் இந்த இடத்துல? நம்ம நின்னு பேசியிருக்க முடியுமா? Could we have stood here and spoken if the movie had released?
Not at all. உண்மையா அது வந்து மொத்த ஜனநாயகமே இங்கே தான் இருந்திருக்கும். Totally hero is up there, and we are feeling very bad.
You're feeling very bad.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for speaking to us. Hopefully it will release. The fact that it's not, it may not.
Having another point to say, and this is going to be for every Thalapathy fans is nightmare, and we are getting nights with a heavy tears. Yeah, this is not fair.
Okay. Why do you think it's happening?
Hope you know that. Hope all the people know that. Yeah.
You're letting the people know that you don't want to say it.
True never fails.
Truth never fails. Thanks very much there, Saranya, for speaking to us. Obviously, you'll have your fans as well who will come here. They would have been dancing and singing had this happened. But Sam, very quickly before I go back to Sumant Raman, what's your sense on the TVK? Is this the strategy of the TVK? We'll keep quiet, let people talk about it. It only bolsters us. The more we speak, it will only come back to us.
That's right. They are capitalizing on the public perception, which automatically suspects some force behind orchestrating this. They do not want to precipitate it by giving names, but they know the more the delay, it's going to politically benefit them, so they keep it quiet.
Right. Let me go across to Sumant Raman. Sumant, you were making a point and I had to rudely interrupt you like we always do when we have some kind of other thing that comes up. Please go ahead and finish your point. I'm sorry for interrupting you there.
The point I was making, Veera, was very simple. I think Sam is being very generous when he says that they are being silent and letting things play out. We saw what happened after Karur. They were just paralyzed for a few days. Nothing. There were no comments, nothing. So I think that, see, the lack of political experience is very, very apparent. The TVK does not have a leadership that can decide things quickly, that can work the phones, have connects in the political world, who can pick up the phone and call maybe somebody in Delhi who could help resolve this. They don't have that level of senior political leaders, potentially who could have been in other parties and then joined the TVK. That is completely absent. So there, people with political experience in that party is almost, only 2 or 3 people, and they are all not big ticket players. So therefore, it is that inexperience which came in, which we saw after Karur. It's the same inexperience that we are seeing today. Almost 48 hours this has been going on, and there has not been a peep officially from them.
That's right, Sumant. I may be forced to agree with that point because I've spoken to several of them, but it also seems to be part of the strategy to be quiet, Sumant. I must tell you that they are aware of it. They have changed from the Karur stampede, and I think there is a sense that they want to deliberately wait to see how this plays out, given that he's had a summons to go to Delhi as well. Let's see how that plays out, but very, very briefly, Kasturi Shankar, what's your sense? How is this going to impact both the politics and the film eventually?
Okay, I think at this point, the DMK is laughing all the way to the bank and maybe to the electoral styles as well, because Parashakti has got a solo run at the box office right now. And instead, and the blame significantly is going to the BJP. I think the BJP at the center and the state have to do something, not play another Vijay. They have to take this proactively because if they don't do something to clear their name, they are going to be linked forever with the CBFC's activities. I have read the copy of the judgment. You need to know that the petitioners, namely the producers, did not ask for relief or a UA certificate to be restored to them. You need to know that, Veera. They did not ask for that. They did not ask for the review committee to sit immediately. They didn't ask
They
for
only asked for a certification. Their prayer was that certification be given to them.
Yes. So, no. Their prayer was that the film be released with the earlier certification, which was not given to them.
That's right.
In total, 3 of the 5 board members gave it. So there was a problem there. Their petition was not made out properly. I think more than all of this, the silence, the sheer inaction of Mr. Vijay and his party leaders is a telling truth. If they don't even act for their own movie, how are they going to act for the people of Tamil Nadu? What are they going to be doing? This is not strategy.
All right, okay, you're making a very strong point. Lata Srinivasan, weigh in on that, please, very briefly.
Well, everybody wants Vijay to talk and Vijay to speak up for his film. But, Veera, he's in a very difficult position right now because on one hand, we've seen what happened with the Karur tragedy and all that. And, he's trying to make his way into politics, and he's also a novice at this. It's going to take him time to learn the ropes, right? And he thought he'll go out of the bang, but now this is just causing more trouble. I think he's also, in a way, he's a bit rudderless or, doesn't have people giving him proper direction. And it shows, the inadequacies on his part and TVK's part as well. So I think it's going to be a big learning for him at the end of the day, because like others have said, whenever Jana Nayagan releases, it's going to be a big blockbuster.
Right. Okay. Mamta Kale, very briefly, your thoughts before I give the final word to Vijay Dharani.
First of all, I just want to tell all the fans out there that it is a temporary phase. You know, the movie is going to be released as soon as the observation which has been put under rule number 24 get resolved. One more thing I want to say. See, on Jan 6th, CBFC chairman Prasun Joshi had decided to refer the movie to the revising committee. However, that decision of CBFC was not challenged by the production house before the High Court then. Why is my question? They should have challenged it that particular day. They knew it, that it is being challenged and they are not going to get the certificate so early. In fact, the Chief Justice today asked the question which I had just raised, that how can you go ahead with the screening of the movie without any certification in hand? So, I feel there are a lot of mistakes which has been made by the production house. I wish them good luck, but it is very easy to
you made your point very clearly.
CBFC.
I'm completely
CBFC
running out of time. I'm sorry for interrupting this. Vijay Dharani, very briefly, 20 seconds to you to make a final point.
See, very, very important is the Vijay's production team. They should have handled this matter properly and they should have filed a writ of certiorari challenging the letter dated 6th by the chairperson. And even a revision committee, they could have appeared and given the NOCs whatever required. They could have done everything and by now they would have got the certification. It is all the mistake lies on the part of the production team and Vijay's team. They should have done
all right, let me give the final word actually, given that you made that insinuation to Karan. Karan, go ahead. What do you say to the arguments that's made that the producers didn't handle it properly? Quickly.
19th of December was when the movie was shown to them. There was enough and more time for them to decide on the rating of the movie. So, in my like I had made my point earlier, it is all about the CBFC doing and having an undue delay on the giving their certification. I know it's a due process and I agree that it is something that they have to follow and every film follows. But then at the end of the day, it's a movie, it's an entertainment. It is something that a citizen has the right to do. And we have to stop looking at it from just purely a political angle.
They have to follow the rule book also.
All right. Okay. So you made that point. Stop looking at it from a political angle. I know all you analysts have a point to make. I wish I had more time, but unfortunately, I don't have time. I'm running out of time on this discussion. We'll take a very short break. Thanks to all of you for joining us here. We'll keep coming back to you because this debate isn't going anywhere. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, much more on the Southern View.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Sena, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having...
Welcome back from the demigods of Tamil cinema, now to the gods in Kerala. The chief priest of the Sabarimala temple, we believe, along with 11 others, has been arrested by the SIT, which is probing that gold theft case, which has been sensational in terms of the missing gold in the gold-plated doors of Sabarimala, which was gifted in the late 90s by Vijay Mallya. The Enforcement Directorate, meanwhile, has also filed a money laundering case in that matter. My colleague Ashwin Nandakumar, who's been tracking this very closely, has this report for us. Listen in.
We are right now seeing Rajivaru being brought out from the general hospital over here. He's right now being brought out with scores of media over here surrounding him. It's a crucial development. Over 10 people have been arrested so far, but now the chief priest, none other than the chief priest himself, has been arrested, making a significant turn. In fact, what has been understood is that the SIT has given hints that all the theft that has happened in Sabarimala, it cannot be without the knowledge of the chief priest, and that the prime accused in this case, in fact, Unikrishan Poti was given shelter, who had given entry into Sabarimala without the knowledge of the chief priest is impossible. And any kind of administration without the knowledge of the chief priest is impossible. And that is where this arrest marks a significant development. And in fact, this is what you see over here. He is right now being taken away right now, and certainly an important development has happened in Sabarimala. The chief priest of Sabarimala, Rajivaru, has been taken into custody, and this is what we are seeing right now.
Well, we'll keep a close watch of that case, but call this also the Kannada versus Malayalam clash as Kerala heads into the polls. The Malayalam language bill of the Kerala government, which mandates Malayalam as the first language in border area schools. Remember, Kerala and Karnataka share a border which is extremely porous around the South Canara region, has had sharp reactions from Karnataka because there are lots of native Kannada speakers who live in the Kerala side and a lot of Kerala Malayalam speakers who live in the Karnataka side. So sharp reactions coming in from the political class in Karnataka to that bill in Kerala. Listen in to those reactions, and also to Ritu Raj Purohit, who makes sense of it all for us in English.
See, in India, this language issue is not today. It is always there. Bordering states having language issues, it happens between Kerala and Karnataka, between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, between Maharashtra and Karnataka. All these things, there are provisions in the constitutions, and within the framework of that constitutional, provisions, these decisions have to be made, and I am sure that everybody is conscious about it.
We are giving priority to the linguistic language also. Only that reason we have given exemption to Kasaragod and other districts also, in Idiki and some places in other areas. Okay. Especially Tamil speaking areas are here. So we are giving priority to them.
The left-based Pinarayi Vijayan has made Malayalam compulsory in the entire Kerala state, including the Kasaragod area where the Kannada is the mother tongue of so many people. It is completely unfair on Kannadigas who are living in the border areas as well, in specific the Kasaragod district. Karnataka Border Development Board has clearly objected to it. Now, why is Karnataka government, including the Chief Minister, including the Education Ministers like Madhu Bangarappa and MC Sudhakar, are keeping quiet on this? What is the DCM doing on this? What is the Kannada and Cultural Minister Shivraj Tangadgi doing on this?
Well, amid the centre's Hindi imposition row in Karnataka, there's a second round of a language row that has now erupted. Now, this time it is, of course, between the Karnataka and Kerala. Now this after the Kerala basically decided to propose a bill making mandatory the Malayalam language as in mandatory for the schools there in for almost from class 1 to class 10th is what has been said as well. Now of course it has drawn a huge sharp objection from the Karnataka side, wherein you have the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah, who was the first person to in fact quickly respond to it and oppose the whole move of the Kerala governor, demanding that the governor should not give nod to this particular bill. If it is really given, then the Karnataka government will not sit quiet about this matter. They will take it further. Of course, there is Karnataka Minister Shivraj Tangadi, who has now decided to take a delegation as well to President and discuss this whole matter. He's going to bring this to a notice of Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaiah as well as the Deputy CM DK Shikumar is what has been stated as well. Needs to be seen how is this really going to pan out in the coming days, especially with the elections approaching in Kerala.
From Karnataka versus Kerala now to the TMC versus the ED in a sense, because in the IPAC case, the high-profile IPAC case, which has multiple political connotations, the ED, as per breaking news that's coming in for us right now, Sam, the ED may approach the Supreme Court in the IPAC case. Sources tell us that the ED is mulling moving the Supreme Court. A final decision may be taken soon. Remember, approaching the Supreme Court in this IPAC case, the ED may approach the case, approach it in that case soon. So, considering all legal options, because this is another politically charged case and that's another politically charged state going into the polls, Sam.
That's right, Virag. Opposition ruled states will accuse that the ED is being misused by the central government against opposition ruled states. It was the case in the case of Delhi earlier against Arvind Kejriwal and the liquor scam. Later in Kerala against the Chief Minister alleging the gold smuggling case. Tamil Nadu now is facing the heat in terms of alleged corruption by Minister K.N. Nehru. But of course the BJP denies. But many also pointed how in the past Supreme Court also acknowledged the role of the ED in a quid pro case in the case of the electoral bonds. Right. So it's a huge embarrassment for the ED, for the BJP, but BJP denies that it has any role in this kind.
That's the larger context. In this case, of course, in a politically charged atmosphere, the ED will be moving the Supreme Court. That's our breaking news coming in. But that's all we have time for on the Southern View. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Don't go away.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC, a contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body and what would it mean for Mumbaikars. BMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Delhi set the fairway on fire. The precision, the edge, the contest, the electric energy. Now, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am travels to Hyderabad, a day crafted for an unmatched experience. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 10th January 2026, Boulders Hills Golf and Country Club.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
so many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones to fighter jet cockpits and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of
Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I... Good evening and welcome. You're on India Matters on Friday night with me, Shiv Sena. As always, let's get you straight to the top headlines I'm tracking tonight at 8. Hours after ordering censor board to clear Jana Nayagan, Madras High Court Chief Justice puts Vijay's film release on hold. Jana Nayagan will not release before the 21st of January. TVK likely to escalate to the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee declares war against the centre over the Enforcement Directorate raids at IPAC. Its big political consultant for the Bengal election says don't cross the Lakshman Rekha. Detention drama in Delhi after Trinamool MP's protest. ED claims Bengal Chief Minister forcibly took documents and digital devices herself during the raids. Maharashtra civic poll war brings the Pawar Parivar together. Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar to unveil NCP manifesto in Pimpri Chinchwad area near Pune tomorrow. India counters Trump's Commerce Secretary on his trade deal claim where he said that Modi refused to call Trump despite asked to do so. Ministry of External Affairs says Howard Lutnick's version of trade talks is incorrect. India has fact-checked the Trump administration. And the Iran supreme leader has asked Trump to address problems within his country first. This after the US president warned Tehran of severe consequences if the crackdown on protesters as part of a historic vote continues. Delhi turned into a boringly familiar war zone today. A Trinamool Congress special. Mamata Banerjee's celebrity MPs hit the streets screaming blue murder after the Enforcement Directorate raided the home of her chief political consultant in Kolkata over suspected illegal money transactions linked to the party. Mamata did what Mamata does best, roared that she was under attack, projected strength through her Delhi Neta brigade. Placards came out on cue, so did the ever-reliable Delhi police, obliging everyone with the perfect protest photo ops as these MPs, one after the other, were dutifully dragged away, giving them a chance to play victim pro max. But beneath the noise and fury is something far more serious. The Enforcement Directorate claims Mamata Banerjee personally removed documents from the raid site in Kolkata yesterday. That is a staggering allegation despite the political tutu-meme. Mamata's counter is equally explosive, that the ED, she says, is being used by the BJP to spy on her election office and material to build a list of people to be squeezed into submission. As this degenerates into yet another street fight and a predictable he said, she said between the BJP and the Trinamool, the real question remains unanswered. Are we watching Didi's dirty dealings being exposed or the BJP's dirty tricks department at work?
You're seeing what is happening to MPs. All our MPs have been picked up. Come on.
The entire action of the Chief Minister is not only unethical, irresponsible, unconstitutional, but she has put the entire democratic process and governance to shame.
তুমি সমস্ত ডেটা আমার অফিস থেকে চুরি করছিলে যে অফিস IPAC কে আমরা অথরাইজ করেছি তোমরা তো 6টা থেকে ঢুকেছো আমি তো গেছি 11:45 5.5 ঘন্টা সবই তো চুরি করেছো মানুষকে আমি ভালোবাসি যেমন জোড়া ফুলটাতেই তো আমরা দাঁড়াই তা জোড়া ফুলটা যদি রক্ষা না হয় পার্টিটাই যদি রক্ষা না হয় তো মানুষের জন্য লড়াইটা করব কি করে
Ravi Shankar Prasad, senior leader, BJP MP, joins me live tonight on India Matters. Mr. Prasad, thank you for your time and being with us here on NDTV. My first question to you, sir. You've called this a historic moment where a chief minister has personally dashed into a private person's house to interfere with a raid. We know that the Enforcement Directorate has alleged that Mamata Banerjee personally has taken away some material. According to you, Mr. Prasad, what is Mamata Banerjee attempting to hide?
First of all, historic moment I haven't said. For the first time in the history of independent India, such a shameful conduct and behavior by a sitting chief minister of 14 years, who has been a union minister, knows governance, forcibly goes to a private property, stalls the raid forcibly by the aid of a police commissioner and DGP and snatches papers. One thing you must remember, the raid did not happen in the office or residence of Mamata ji, nor even in the office of TMC, nor any leader. It was a consulting firm where the raid has taken place in the wake of coal scam and money laundering charges, in which one of the transactions also named them. They have said it publicly in their press statement, and today in the High Court with the petition they have filed for a CBI proceeding against Mamata government because of all this and rescue of paper, they have outlined all these things in detail before the High Court. Now, will a Chief Minister go and snatch papers? What she was trying to hide? What they are trying to conceal? The suspicious circumstances surrounding her conduct is astounding. They could have gone to the court, High Court or Supreme Court. Mamata ji rushes to court at the drop of her hat. But I will personally snatch papers from a private premises with the aid of my police and install the ED. That is a very, very disturbing element in the body politic of the country. That is shameful. And the country will have to account for it. And I'm sure it shows the utter desperation of Mamata Banerjee. And surely she is going to meet her Waterloo 3 months thereafter. We all know it very well. But no comment by Congress or anyone else. That is the larger question.
Mr. Prasad, Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool is that this may have been a private property, this may have been a political consultancy, but they are the agency that have been hired by the Trinamool, and therefore, sensitive documents pertaining to election strategy could have been, taken away. So she has accused the BJP of using the ED to spy on her election tactics in order to apply pressure and squeeze candidates in this election. That's the insinuation, sir.
First of all, there is forum or not. They could have said the same thing in the court, asked for stalling the ID proceedings, no documents be returned. How can a chief minister snatch? And is this the first time it is happening? When Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, the police commissioner, was subject to CBI inquiry in the case of Narda Sharda scam, did she not offer a dharna? You know it very well, for the whole night.
Yeah.
The CBI officers were arrested. The Calcutta High Court had to intervene. In the case of Sandesh Khali, what happened? You know it very well. Ultimately, it became a big movement and the High Court had to intervene and Supreme Court had to intervene and the main sheikh was arrested. What happened in case of KG Kar Medical College rape case? Did she not sought to frustrate the entire investigation in the case of a woman who was victim of a rape? These are only some of the instances, and let me tell you, I have travelled very extensively in Bengal in the case of loot and snatching of ballot papers, in the case of Nagar Panchayat and the Gram Panchayat elections, where people are not allowed to vote. They are not allowed to file nominations paper. How they are scared, how they are beaten. I have seen myself visiting villages. Therefore, let Mamata not talk of democracy. And this only shows her desperation, as I said. But again, I repeat my charge. What was so compelling suspicious circumstances surrounding that Mamata had to personally rush and snatch all those papers? That is something very, very serious. And by the way, ED is investigating and also doing the raid in connection with the money laundering charges, which they have publicly explained. Can you deny that coal smuggling is not there? Can you deny that money laundering charges are not there even in case of high-ups of Trinamool? You all know it very well. But here we are in a particular instance today. And by the way, I forgot to tell you, even the High Court hearing was frustrated today. The judge, under utter desperation, adjourned the case to 14th because all the Trinamool supporter lawyers almost dashed into the court and not allowed the hearing to proceed. These are circumstances, governor being threatened, all these being threatened, BJP leaders are being threatened. No opposition leader is allowed to proceed in the entire state. And coming from Mamata ji, I must repeat, she has fought against the fascism and barbarism of left. Kudos to her. But her own actions surpasses even that. She has mastered that art. That is a matter of great concern, deeply disturbing. Because it shows her desperation. Therefore, this Maha Jangal Raj is going to end soon when the elections are taken place.
Mr. Prasad, the case will take its own course. The ED process will take its own course. But as a long-time Bengal watcher, and as you said yourself, you've traveled extensively inside Bengal, what is your sense of what Mamata would be trying to hide? Going there and removing documents, as you said, what would she be trying to pull away from the site, sir?
There are many skeletons in the cupboard. Okay? You remember crores of money were recovered from the house or flat of a minister, including her partner, his partner. Therefore, when the skeletons start coming out, they'll keep on tumbling. But again, the suspicious circumstances, why she was compelled to rush herself, that is, obviously it will become a big issue in the elections. It will become, and let it become. The people of Bengal are frustrated, angry, and fed up with this Maha Jangal Raj. Surely they will reply in the elections.
Final question, Mr. Prasad. We saw the drama that played out in Delhi today with many of the Trinamool MPs protesting. They were dragged away. The very familiar sort of political drama that played out. Do you think in some ways this has handed Mamata an issue to roar about and to accuse the BJP of trying to victimize her? Those are very compelling pictures that were beamed out, sir.
Come on. What compelling picture? You barge into the office of the Home Minister and police will be keeping quiet. Do you suggest that the BJP leader should barge into the office of the Chief Minister in Calcutta? What do you say that? Let them do all the drama which they have done. That is their right. But the serious charge of corruption and the compelling circumstances of reaching there and snatching the paper is a very important political statement. Thank you.
Ravi Shankar Prasad, thank you very much for your time tonight on India Matters. Let's go straight to our debate because the BJP says the Trinamool can do whatever drama it wants. It is not going to divert attention away from due process against suspected or alleged corruption by entities in Kolkata that have direct links with the Trinamool. In this particular case, IPAC, which is the political consultancy firm started at one time by Prashant Kishore and now run by a person called Prateek Jain, who is very close to Abhishek Banerjee and who is running the entire political campaign of the Trinamool. Joining me live now tonight on the India Matters debate, Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, advocate Tausif Khan is a political analyst. He has no links with the Trinamool. I want to make that very, very clear. Charu, the Trinamool's top MP brigade dominated the airwaves almost all day today in a protest that has ended in most of them being dragged away. They have basically declared war by saying the BJP is using the ED once again. They've said this is nothing to do with Mamata's dirt. This is the BJP's dirty tricks department. How would you respond to that?
Shiv, good evening to you. I think anarchy has become the methodology of working for TMC government, and anarchy is only what they show to the people of the state, to the people of this country, time and time again. And every single incident I can recall where law is supposed to take its course, Mamata government has blocked it, absolutely blocked it. For her, it is not about who is right. For her, it is about who is a TMC supporter. That's it. She doesn't care about criminality, and I'll tell you how. Sharda chit fund case, she sat on a dharna to prevent the CBI from doing its work. In fact, the situation became so bad that the CBI had to move the court. After that, you remember Sandesh Khali. Reporters were not even allowed inside. They were beaten up. At that time also, CBI officials were attacked by a mob because they wanted to get hold of a person who ran the land mafia in that region, Sheikh Shahjahan. And then he was again protected by the TMC government for a prolonged period of time. After that, we remember how she sided again with the authorities, the principal of RG Kar Medical College. not with the victim, not with the people protesting on the streets. And illegal infiltration has been continuing, so much so that under her watch, BSF gets fired upon and she never says a word about it. Murshidabad, but the most recent incident where again the court has observed that the police was entirely at fault. Hindu homes were targeted, they were burnt down. And I think this has become a pattern. This pattern is clear and visible for everyone. Mamata Banerjee will go to any extent, cause anarchy, because she needs to protect her seat of power. And the seat of power is going to go away really soon, I assure you of that. Tell me, just because somebody is linked to a political party, thousands of crores of Hawala transaction should be ignored. Is that what she's saying? Because a PMLA search was carried out, there are evidences, there are links to Hawala operators, and these links have gone back.
Okay, let's get an opening word from Tausif. Tausif, the BJP says that the dramatic scenes that we saw outside the Home Minister's office in Delhi today, where Trinamool MPs were dragged away, is a diversion by the Mamata Brigade, you know, to create a spectacle and to distract from the fact that there is a real investigation going on. What would you say to that? Opening comment, Tausif.
Shiv, you see, the question really is whether BJP workers will be allowed to hide under the veil of ED uniform. And the Mamata Banerjee has provided an answer that no, she has lifted the veil of ED officers and exposed BJP workers behind it. They say, the ED says, they are pursuing a case
about government
10
officials.
years old, which is 10 years old. And they're saying they are pursuing a raid under the FIR which was lodged 6 years ago. They are saying that they're looking for documents and money trails and papers and whatnot. Now, 10 years later, after the alleged scam, 6 years later, after the after the FIR is filed, no, we are not going to buy that. Now, what we know is that 2 months from now, Bengal is going for a voting. Trinamool party has made up their plan. They have strategized how to, who to, give tickets in this election, how to strategize their election. IPAC is basically a war room of Trinamool. Can Trinamool allow somebody under the guise of being some officer and steal those documents, steal those strategies, steal those confidential papers of Trinamool party away?
Okay, so
Trinamool or any party in
can I please come in?
will not allow that.
So Tausif basically says there's the timing is suspect because it's elections coming up. And two, you can't call it a private agency or a private consultancy. It's literally the nerve center and the war room of the Trinamool. So you can't say that Mamata and the Trinamool have nothing to do with this. Charu respond. And he says that the ED are basically BJP workers.
Shiv, I listed out so many instances of violence and of Mamata government going against authorities only to show you one thing. Federalism does not mean you pick and choose which law you want to follow. It basically means that you work together as a nation to make sure evil is weeded out. Here it's exactly the opposite. And what is Tausif defending? Like I asked you earlier, you're going to ignore a transaction of thousands of crores coming into an office, and this money is proceeds of crime. It comes from an illegal coal smuggling syndicate. That also you don't want to acknowledge. More importantly, the ED has already moved the High Court. The hearing is tomorrow. The ED has not just made these allegations in the media like Mamata Banerjee does. They have done it in writing, and the High Court has allowed this hearing. Can you imagine any other person in this country behaving the way Mamata Banerjee has recently behaved? And she boasted about it in front of the media. She boasted and she said, yes, I barged in. Yes, I walked away with all the documents. Yes, I took all the electronic devices. Isn't this anarchy? And how can anybody support this and still talk about the constitution or democracy in this country? Like I said, you are not above the law. And at the end of the day, people of West Bengal are going to weed you out, because whichever way you look at it, you have never stood with what is right. For you, the important thing is you side with the criminal, you side with the illegal Hawala transaction.
This is not being played out in public or in the media. The ED is gone to court. They say we'll follow due process. Let it, let everything go in court now. What's the big deal?
Even Trinamool Congress has gone to court. Even Trinamool Congress has filed a counter petition in the High Court, and Trinamool Congress has lodged an FIR against the ED officials. You see, look at the modus operandi of the ED. In the last 12 years, for so many years that Modi government is in power, ED has filed cases against MP, MLAs and political leaders. 95% of them are non-BJP. They are against the Aam Aadmi Party, they are against Samajwadi Party, they are against Congress, they are against Trinamool Congress. And what is the conviction rate? The conviction rate is 2%. What is the motive? The motive is not really to investigate. If they were really serious in pursuing a corruption case, the FIR is filed 6 years ago. Why did they not conduct the raid then? They are saying that we want to raid IPAC. Now, IPAC has been in existence from 2014. Why did ED not raid the IPAC office from 2014?
So it's a question. So the question is on timing then. Charu, the question on timing specifically.
Shiv, that's their answer every time. All the instances of last year, the year before that, in 2002 also, there was an incident. Every single incident I've talked about, you can't link to elections. I have given you a history of 5 years. 5 years of history. So elections have nothing to do with the investigation. Also, when you talk about the High Court, let's remember it's always been the High Court which has stepped in to save the people of West Bengal. It was the High Court which decided that Sheikh Shahjahan needs to be handed over for investigation. It was the High Court which decided after the political violence during last elections, it was the High Court and then the Supreme Court which gave relief to the victims, which gave relief to even a 60-year-old grandmother, because the dispensation in TMC, the police under TMC, the administration under TMC will protect the culprit. Okay. It will never side with the victim, and I'm very certain even this time when law takes its course, the High Court or the Supreme Court will side with what is right. You cannot be laundering money, throwing it around and then have a CM which boasts of being anarchic.
I want to come to the last round of questions, and I want to put those pictures on air which dominated the airwaves, like I said today, of all the top
so much drama
of the Trinamool, protesting, then being dragged away by the police after they were outside the Home Minister's office. Due process, the ED, the courts, that's on one side of it, Charu. The other side is, the politics, the messaging, the imagery, and Mamata Banerjee is feasting on the chance and the opportunity. She's relishing the opportunity to take up this issue, play victim, project the BJP as attacking her unfairly. You've given her an issue right before the election.
No, not at all, Shiv. On the contrary, her behavior is going to show her as the person she is to the people of West Bengal. Because is she actually happy about walking into a raid and walking out with all the evidence? Is she happy about setting her MPs to barge into the office of the Home Minister of this country? Are they proud of the kind of demonstration they did in Delhi today? And for what? For what? For protecting a crime. So if you're looking strictly at imagery, just join the dots and she stands exposed.
So the BJP basically says, Tausif, this is not so much tigress or lioness as the Trinamool projects her, but someone who's scared of what they're going to find inside the den. And that it's not at all a power projection, but the public will see Mamata as someone who has something to hide.
Shiv, you see all the allegations that Charu is making now or BJP has been making, it is nothing new. They have used ED in the last election also, in the MP election, in the last 2021 Assembly election as well. And the same result. The result is always the same. They have used ED, they have used CBI, they have used
plus of cash was not found
they have used so many corruption charges they come up with. But the people of Bengal have voted Mamata
Banerjee. I'm giving you an instance.
And this time also it is going to be safe. Mamata Banerjee is the tigress, and time has proven that. People of Bengal has proven that. For people of Bengal, BJP is an outsider. BJP is a zamindar.
And you are trying to
dictate terms from sitting in Delhi office.
Just answer me this. It's a simple, straight
this yes and no. This is unfair, Charu. You
I don't want to speak over you, Tasi.
You are speaking over me. You're not letting me speak.
I've got a last minute.
No answer. I can hear you clearly.
I have 60 seconds left.
Can I ask a straight question, Shiv?
Ask. Quickly. 60 seconds.
Simple, straight question. So last time ED raided in West Bengal, Partha Chatterjee's home, are you going to deny 50 crore in cash was found, 5.5 crore in foreign currency was found, and 5 crore worth of gold was found?
Office.
So the ED is doing its job. It's catching you red-handed. It's catching you red-handed. You want all of us to pretend that we are blind?
You are not even claiming that you went to IPAC office to get some kind of cash. No, please. You are not claiming that. You are saying that you came to EC to collect some documents and some hard disks that you are taking away. And those are the documents and hard disks which belong to Trinamool. They are the candidate list. They are the research data. All those materials.
As a lawyer, are you not supposed to know that whatever you write and give to the court,
you cannot deprive Trinamool of its research data and give so that.
Do you understand, Marati?
No.
This is a statement given by ED to the High Court.
This is what I see as a very small trailer of what the main picture is going to be like in Bengal. This is not some great political insight that I'm giving. Everyone knows this is going to be the most fearsomely fought election of 2026. But if the last 48 hours are any indication, it is going to be no holds barred. The scene has shifted momentarily from Kolkata to Delhi. It is going to shift right back. And as NDTV begins its election coverage in Bengal, I can promise you that we will get you all aspects of it. We do not take sides. We only want to watch what happens in this election. Charu Pragya, Tausif Khan, thank you very much for being with me tonight here on India Matters. We've got some breaking news coming in right now on the show. Okay, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now stepped into the big cinema war in Tamil Nadu before the elections between Jana Nayagan and Parasakti. Stalin has reacted to the censor board controversy. He has just tweeted his first words. After the CBI, ED and IT departments, the censor board has also become a new weapon of the Union BJP government. Strong condemnation. So this is M.K. Stalin now attacking the BJP government at the center, saying that they've deployed the censor board just like they've allegedly deployed the ED and the CBI and the income tax department in order to squeeze their political rivals. Incredible escalation in the cinema Sunday, as we're calling it, in Tamil Nadu. A proxy war on the silver screen between these two pictures, Jana Nayagan of Vijay and Parasakti, which is a DMK-linked production, both to be out very, very soon. Stuck in the censor board, Stalin says, dirty tricks department of the BJP. The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation is finally going to have elections after a gap of almost 9 years, with a history of stretching back more than 2 centuries. With its iconic building and huge budgets, the BMC is one institution that almost every political party in Maharashtra wants to control. This time, the stakes and drama are even higher. The Shiv Sena has split, the Thakares are united, and the BJP thinks it has a chance to call the shots. On NDTV Focus, just 2 days before NDTV's big event in Mumbai called BMC Power Play, we bring you the BMC and what it is all about.
Mumbai, commercial capital of India, the Bombay of Bollywood, maximum city, the place of dreams, of struggles, of hopes and aspirations, and of intense political upheavals. Maratha Manus, North Indians, the expats of every hue and color and language and religion. Mumbai of cricket, Mumbai of dabbawalas, Mumbai of black and yellow taxis, and Mumbai of one of the richest of Asian municipal corporations, and its hard-fought elections every 5 years, and the control of the BMC and its humongous budget. If there is one talking point of the BMC elections of 2026, then it is the reunion of the Thackeray cousins. The long feuding Thackeray cousins have buried the hatchet and set their differences aside.
की कुठल्याही वादापेक्षा आणि भांडणापेक्षा महाराष्ट्र मोठा आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं तिथून त्या आज आम्ही एकत्र येण्याची सुरुवात त्या वाक्यापासून झाली.
तो जो मंगल कलश आणला गेला तो काही सत्यनारायणाच्या पूजेसारखा आणला गेला नाही. त्याच्या मागे खूप मोठा संघर्ष झालेला आहे. 105, 107 किंवा त्याहूनही जास्त मराठी माणसांनी बलिदान देऊन मुंबई महाराष्ट्राला मिळवून दिली आणि त्याची आठवण आज होणं स्वाभाविक आहे. कारण आम्ही आज दोघेही इथे बसलेलो आहोत ठाकरे बंधू.
The reunion is symbolically significant as it draws on the legacy of Shiv Sena founder Bal Thackeray. Raj, standing beside Uddhav, sends the signal that the Shiv Sena split by Eknath Shinde, claiming the original tag notwithstanding, Bal Thackerays spirit and inheritance flow with the realigned Thackeray cousins.
The BMC election is one of the most important stepping stones towards dominating Maharashtra politics. In recent years, both Raj and Uddhav Thackeray have lost political heft due to the machinations of the Devendra Fadnavis-led BJP and the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction. Now, a good showing in the BMC elections would boost the faltering fortunes of the Thackerays. But politics aside, the average Mumbaiker wants answers and solutions to the daily problems they face.
The focus of the BMC election is also about the major issues that this mega city faces. Civic apathy, traffic jams, congestion, inadequate infrastructure, repeated floodings. The problems are deep-rooted and need dedicated political intervention to alleviate.
It's all about water, air, the roads, just overall a better lifestyle. Yeah, we are paying so many taxes and I don't think we are getting that, return of investment bolo ya value for money in whatever we are putting over there. Every year monsoon the roads just erupt, right? You all know about it. Every road just erupts and potholes, and they say where are the potholes? So I'm saying BMC should now outsource it to the dentists of Mumbai. Like I had a cavity 6 years ago, my dentist covered it, till now it's not come out. So maybe just outsource the filling of the potholes to dentists. I think they will do a good job. They'll probably fill in the right material.
The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation that governs Mumbai holds local responsibility for healthcare, education, water supply, power supply, drainage, transport, and all other civic issues that have just kept growing since the BMC came into existence more than 2 centuries ago.
The origins of the BMC can be traced to 1807 when the British set up a court of petty sessions with a magistrate and 2 justices of peace. A corporate body with a municipal commissioner and justices of peace came into being in 1865, and the regular corporation with 64 members came into existence only in 1872, and it was decreed that only taxpayers had the right to vote.
In 1922, rent payers were also allowed to vote. And in 1931, J.B. Boman Behram became the first elected mayor of Bombay. In 1948, a year after independence, the first proper elections were held. and the then Bombay suburbs in 1950.
The history of the municipal corporation really goes back to the way in which Mumbai, Bombay at that time, was ruled. There was a mayor that was appointed by the king. This is prior to the establishment of the elected municipal corporation, or the first Indian municipal corporation. And the mayor had 9 aldermen who worked with him to govern the city. But during the British period, you had to be a naturalized British citizen to participate. So obviously that excluded Indians. Now, a lot of the judicial responsibilities that were executed by this body were very harsh and very discriminatory. So there was a reaction to that. And in 1871, when Firoz Shah Mehta came back from England, he gave a stirring speech at the town hall, objecting to the system of governance, city governance, that existed at that time.
Its long history aside, what makes the BMC election so important today is the huge financial implications of controlling the finances of one of Asia's richest civic bodies. The last BMC budget estimated expenditure for this financial year, 2025-26, to be almost 75,000 crore rupees, marking a jump of nearly 20% over the 2024-25 budget. That is a budget that is higher than several states of India. It is even 4 times the budget of Bengaluru's municipal corporation.
A concept we've created, an acronym we've created is High Hikes. It spells HIHIKESS. And that is for reduction in inequality for housing, infrastructure, healthcare, income generation, education or knowledge, environment, socio-cultural development, and security.
Today, the BMC has jurisdiction over an area of 480.24 square kilometers and officially caters to an estimated population of about 13 million people. Mumbai, accounting for a major portion of India's international trade and governmental revenue, is also one of the foremost centers of education, science and technological research and advancement. Many Mumbaikars feel that the city owes its growth to the early development of the system of local government in the city.
The entire nation wants to know 2 things. One, what is the future of Mumbai, being the nation's financial hub, business hub, and the city that contributes maximum revenue to the central kitty as well as the state kitty. And also people, those who keep interest in politics, they are also keen to know about the political future of Thackeray brothers, particularly Uddhav Thackeray, because he is struggling a lot. After his father's demise, he got elected his 63 MLAs in 2014 when BJP all of a sudden decided to go solo. And in 2019 also, he was able to get his 56 MLAs elected on party symbol. But after that, he is struggling a lot. He is trying to keep his political party united, but one by one, his close associates are quitting party.
The 2026 BMC election has multiple political parties into the fray. Leading up to it, there have been unending talks of alliance and political parties trying to make their presence feel here in the city of Mumbai. And that brings the focus back to the Senas. Because for the last 60 years, if there has been one constant in BMC election, then it has to be the Shiv Sena.
Bal Thackeray founded the Shiv Sena in 1966. In 1968, the party won 42 out of the 140 seats in the local polls for the Municipal Corporation of Greater Bombay. Since then, the party grew steadily and established itself as a force to reckon with, particularly when it came to control over the BMC. The Shiv Sena's tally hovered around 80 seats even after Raj Thackeray left the Shiv Sena in 2006 and formed the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. Since then, the MNS too has become one of the major players in BMC polls. The last elections in 2017 saw the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray become the single largest presence, followed by their then ally, the BJP. But since then, a lot has happened to Sena split. Uddhav lost control over the original party symbol and assets, and the BJP is no longer an ally of the Thackerays. And the BMC election has been delayed by almost 5 years.
The local body elections have been delayed due to several legal issues. Nagging problems which include the disputes over the OBC quota, state government's decision to take over the control of ward delimitation from the State Election Commission, and the Mahavikas Aghadi government's decision to increase the number of wards. With the elections having been held in abeyance, most of the BMC work was being run by state government appointed administrators. But now with the election scheduled to happen on the 15th of January, the voters will once again get to choose their own representatives for running the business of the city. And with the Thackeray brothers contesting the upcoming BMC elections together, the political canvas of the city will surely see some new brushstrokes.
माझ्या तमाम महाराष्ट्र सैनिक बंधू भगिनींनो, सस्नेह जय महाराष्ट्र.
This election has seen the resurgence of Marathi pride as a major poll issue. The Maharashtra Navnirman Sena chief Raj Thackeray issued a strong call for vigilance ahead of the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation polls and called it the last crucial election for the Marathi community.
Shiv Sena was born only on one plank, that is Marathi Manus. Mumbai is Marathi. Sayukta Maharashtra movement was also for Marathi, and Shiv Sena said it has given up the Marathi cause. So Shiv Sena was born in 1966. But despite that, Shiv Sena did not control Mumbai till almost 12, 13, 14 years later. And even after that, Congress was a major force. Congress force began to disappear after the birth of Shiv Sena slowly as Marathi vote shifted from Congress to Shiv Sena. See, even if the population of Marathi speaking people has gone down, it is still the single largest community in Mumbai. There is nobody else who is equal to 27 to 30%. Gujarati may be about 14 to 16%, Muslims may be about 5-6%, so on and so forth. No other population group is as strong, statistically speaking, as Marathi, and yet they are strong but not dominant. Why they are not dominant? Because the other 70%, if they are united against Shiv Sena, then they are dominant. Now, whether BJP can unite from Gujarati to Tamil to Malayalam to Sindhi, I don't know. But definitely BJP has controlled a large sections of Gujarati population, large sections of Marwadi population, Sindhi population, and partly Punjabi and others. So maybe BJP will be able to turn the table against Shiv Sena by mobilizing non-Marathi, even quote-unquote anti-Marathi sentiment.
This BMC election is also going to be a litmus test for the BJP. Till 2017, when the Shiv Sena under Uddhav was a BJP ally and very much a part of the NDA, it had played a dominant role in local politics. BJP had 82 corporator seats and the Shiv Sena had 84. The BJP backed the Shiv Sena to take the mayoral post. But this time around, BJP's partner is the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena, and the party would possibly be eyeing the number 1 position in the BMC, a long-term project of the BJP leadership. This time, the BJP wants to be the single biggest party with the highest number of corporator seats.
Ever since the alliance started fighting elections as the combination of these two parties, means BJP and Shiv Sena was always ahead. Now BJP wants single-handed agenda to pursue. So they wanted we should be there as the number 1 party in Maharashtra. Shiv Sena is our main challenge. We want Thackeray out from the state politics. That's why they want to establish that Mumbai does not belong to Thackerays only. Mumbai belongs to us. That's why they have given more than 90 tickets during this election to Marathi people.
If BJP loses election, it will make a difference to their power-centric culture. BJP cannot afford to lose Mumbai now. Earlier they could afford to go with Shiv Sena. Today they cannot afford because the contest for power and for financial control, the BJP has put its entire financial power in Mumbai to win this election. To control financial city, they have deployed actual tons of millions of monetary power in Mumbai to win. They have to win the election in Mumbai because if they don't win Mumbai, the commercial, financial center.
For Eknath Shinde, the man who claims to carry the legacy of the Shiv Sena, it is a battle for existence. Shinde is known for his ground connect, and with several of the original Shiv Sena leaders with him, he wants control of not just his bastion, that is Thane, but also Mumbai. And that is where the ambitions of the BJP and Eknath Shinde collide. There were reports of a rift before an alliance could be patched through into place.
Eknath Shinde is in a not catch-22 situation. If there was something like catch-23, he is in catch-23 situation, not only catch-22. He has to fight the two Thackerays coming together. He has to replace BJP's power, which has emerged now as the single most power. Earlier, it was Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP, which was dependent on Eknath Shinde when they formed the government. Today, Eknath Shinde is dependent on them, and BJP is trying to corner him and even finish him. So BJP is trying to finish him. Eknath Shinde wants to survive. So survival politics means existential politics. For Eknath Shinde, it is existential politics. For Thackerays, it is not exactly existential, but they have to keep the image and the perceived power and status of Marathi Madus.
The BMC today touches every Mumbaiker in some way or the other. It is beyond politics, and it is beyond Maratha pride. The BMC is a constant that has been around long before the politics of present-day Mumbai took shape. This iconic city is governed from an iconic building that has become a part of the city's identity, as much as its more glamorous neighbor, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus. Designed by F.W. Stevens, this Victorian Gothic architectural landmark, completed in 1893, serves as the nerve center for the city's civic administration. An imposing 235 feet tall front tower overlooks the busy intersection. Gargoyles, chimeras, and griffons give it character. The use of a flower-shaped ox-eye window makes the wall patterns even more intricate.
The architecture of Bombay of that period was an architecture that wanted to declare the importance of the city. This young, enterprising, and dynamic new city. And the architects adopted a certain style which was considered an Indo-Saracenic style, which was both Indian and yet Western in character. It's really, if you look at it, it is a statement of grandeur, it's a statement of importance, it's declaring itself to the public as this very, just the impact of it of being very tall and stately, that it represented the city. This was a city of eminent people, this was a city that was leading India, in a sense, into the future.
Few mayoral or corporation elections draw the kind of attention that the BMC elections do. But this time, there are parallels to New York mayoral election.
After Zoran Mamdani's win in the New York mayor election, netizens have drawn parallels between New York and Mumbai, even though the Mumbai mayor's post is largely a ceremonial one. But like during Zoran Mamdani's campaign in New York, in Mumbai too, communal comments have been made, with the city BJP chief declaring that a Khan cannot be imposed on Mumbai and Mumbaikars will not tolerate it.
Mumbai's mayor, he cannot be Muslim at all. No chance. Whatever may be the Muslim vote control. Because the position of Hindutva, campaign of Hindutva, the Hindutva movement, particularly after 2010 and still particular after 1992 Babri Masjid episode, has spread so much that it has occupied even the minds of the educated middle class who were not governed by Hindutva. They were more governed by the working class rights, human rights, you know, all kind of city clean and all that. Hindutva idea has been dominant in Mumbai, Maharashtra, everywhere. So, Khan इसके लिए नहीं बनेगा कि Muslim कैसा हो सकता है? There is no question of Mamdani principle or Mamdani kind of a phenomenon occurring in Mumbai at all, though Mumbai is cosmopolitan.
So this BMC election is not just about linguistic and regional pride. It is also about political efforts to instigate religious polarization in what has often been called India's most cosmopolitan city. The city of dreams, Mayanagari, Mumbai, where dreams float as much as hearts break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Fenesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है, तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find finer Fenesta.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Fenesta windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है, तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find finer Fenesta.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है?
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos this January on the NDTV network.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है? तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Fenesta. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है? तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Fenesta.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है? तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Fenesta.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है? तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Fenesta.
21 days in Kashmir.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching NDTV, and this is the buck stops here. Today was when the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, took a political fight with ED out of the courtrooms to the streets of Kolkata. She marched for 6 kilometers in the central part of Kolkata, along with the leaders and artists from Tollywood and several other people from the state, trying to strengthen not just her position as a street fighter, something that she has been all her life, but also to draw attention on what she calls the rights of her state and the misuse of agencies allegedly by the BJP. That's what she claimed just a day after we saw her barge into the residence of IPAC director and co-founder Pratik Jain, who was raided by ED on charges of association with money laundering cases. She defended her move today and said that she did this only because she knows that ED is acting at the behest of the BJP. She said that she did this because she did not want campaign material of a party to be stolen from the office. Now, the BJP has lashed out very strongly at the Chief Minister, saying that she's undermining institutional processes and she has hijacked the institution, she has hijacked the investigation, and she has converted a criminal probe into political theatre. That's the big accusation that the BJP has made on her. But what is this controversy going to shape up? How is this controversy going to shape the political battle that we're going to witness in this state in the months to come? Is this also a dangerous precedent of regional leaders taking on investigating agencies, or is it just a battle of narratives or a test of institutions? Let's take a look at those reactions.
The entire action of the Chief Minister is not only unethical, irresponsible, unconstitutional, but she has put the entire democratic process and governance to shame.
তোমরা তো 6টা থেকে ঢুকেছো, আমি তো গেছি 11:45-এ, 5.5 ঘন্টা সবই তো চুরি করেছো। মানুষকে আমি ভালোবাসি যেমন, জোড়া ফুলটাতেই তো আমরা দাঁড়াই। তা জোড়া ফুলটা যদি রক্ষা না হয়, পার্টিটাই যদি রক্ষা না হয়, তো মানুষের জন্য লড়াইটা করবো কি করে?
And in an administrative forum, even the Chief Justice cannot change a judicial order. It is known to every lawyer. But why ED has done? Amit Shah thinks that he has purchased the entire India. That is the reason. They are the arrogance.
देखिए, ममता बनर्जी की जो मार्च है, वो भ्रष्टाचारियों बचाओ मार्च है. Please note, the march of Mamata Banerjee on the streets of Kolkata is a corruption bachao march of Trinamool Congress.
Well, we have some breaking piece of news for you. IPAC, which is at the center of this storm, has issued a statement now saying that it does not contest elections. It's just a consultancy firm. It has in fact listed all the parties that it has worked with. It has also called the ED raids on its offices, residences of its co-directors, co-founders as completely unfortunate. That's the piece of breaking news, the news that we're bringing for you right now. IPAC, the political consultancy firm that is at the center of this controversy, has issued a statement post ED raids. Meanwhile, ED sources have also told NDTV that it is India PAC Consultancy Private Limited that is at the center of this controversy, that was raided for its association, for its alleged association with money laundering cases, also coal smuggling cases, and not really the Indian Political Action Committee. This is something that we are gathering from ED sources. ED sources have also said that searches and investigations took place in the case of India PAC Consulting Private Limited and not really on any Indian Political Action Committee. A strong clarification by ED there, even after it has approached the CBI asking for a probe, not just into what really happened yesterday, but also on the role of the Chief Minister, who was seen barging into the house of one of the directors who was raided yesterday. Clearly, the political flashpoint that we have to watch out for in days to come. We are joined by TMC MP Kirti Azad now. Kirti Azad, one of those MPs who also protested against the centre in New Delhi today. Mr. Azad, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, sir. How are you looking at this entire episode? You protested, you were one of those MPs who protested and were also allegedly detained by the Union Home Ministry. The BJP is saying all of this is just an attempt by the TMC to convert an investigation into political theatre. How would you look at that accusation?
It's very strange. I mean, if they had papers, they had everything, and they're doing a case under PMLA, they have arrested people like Arvind Kejriwal, Sanjay Singh, and so many others. Without reading, they should have arrested straight away. So this shows that they have nothing. It was basically a political vendetta. As earlier once the Supreme Court had said that CBI is a caged parish, this is a caged manna of the BJP. And we have seen that 98% of the cases filed by ED are against the opposition when it comes to politicians. And it was something like trying to pick up. Elections are only 2 months ago, 2 months ahead of us. And all the strategies are basically made by IPAC. The internal survey of the BJP said that they can't win more than 25 seats in Bengal because they've lost a lot of ground and people don't trust them. So this was the last resort that they had because Mr. Modi has put a lot of pressure on Mr. Amit Shah that he wants Bengal by hook or by crook. And hence they went and raided IPAC, who has been appointed by us for the last 6 years to look into our political programs that we do and strategy. And so obviously there were a lot of strategy papers there. There were a lot of the list of candidates, the programs that were set for us and for other dignitaries and the political party officials. So hence they wanted to take all that with BLA, list of BLAs, BLOs and others. So it was basically political. They wanted to snatch that away. And Mamata Bandyopadhyay, our leader, went there as the chairman of the AITC. It's something like somebody coming to your house and taking away papers which are registrations of your house or your office, your lease deed with your things, with your employees or whatever.
Because, Mr. Azad, you know, the BJP and a lot of other experts are also asking this important question that this sets a very dangerous precedent of regional leaders, especially opposition leaders, taking on investigating agencies, because they're asking this question as to why does a chief minister of a state, an elected official, personally, why does she need to intervene because an investigation is on? If there's nothing to hide, let the investigation take place. That's the big accusation or claim that they're making. How would you respond?
I think I had answered this. You didn't follow what I was saying. I said, Mr. Modi wants to win Bengal by hook or by crook. And hence IPAC, which has been appointed by us to look into political strategy for the last 6 years, they were asked, they had all the details of our strategy. They had details of our programs. They had the list of candidates. So they were at place, Trinamool being the most popular party in Bengal. They had a list of more than even 15 people wanting to contest from one seat, BLAs, people that we're going to visit. So obviously they wanted to take all that. If they had to do the raid, why 2 months before the election? Why? And if they have been accused and if they've been following them for a long time, why didn't they arrest them? Why did they go there? They just wanted details. And she went there, as I mentioned earlier to you, as chairperson of the All India Trinamool Congress. And she is the leader of our party, apart from being the chief minister.
Right. So, Mr. Azad, you think it's completely justifiable for the elected chief minister to act like this? I completely get your point. I think it's a valid point. But for an elected official to act like this, do you think it's completely defensible?
If somebody is going a chairperson of AITC, who happens to be the chief minister, don't you think she'll have security following her? Don't you have Narendra Modi when he's going for political speeches, having his entire security paraphernalia there? The districts are called, 4, 5, 6, 7 districts are called just for his security. Even Amit Shah when he goes, or any other person goes, they have the security with them. So why would Mamata Banerjee be accused for that? I fail to understand. And I would want to know one thing. This is something that the ED is saying on its own that all these things have happened. I want to say things that we heard from the horse's mouth. Number one, Ajit Pawar, when the Honorable Prime Minister in one of his public meetings, which was showed live by your NDTV, where he said that Ajit Pawar, जिसने 70,000 करोड़ का घोटाला किया है, ED का इनके ऊपर केस चल रहा है और ये जेल जाएंगे. And after 3 days, he succumbed, went through the washing machine, and Ajit Pawar was the Deputy Chief Minister for Maharashtra. Then we had Amit Shah, again, show live on your NDTV, when he was sitting in a press conference in Assam and said, Hemant Biswa Sharma, को हम यहाँ हमारी सरकार BJP की बनेगी तो जेल भेजेंगे. Today he sits as the Chief Minister of Bengal. Thirdly, Praful Patel, who did a scam of 40,000 crores. ED had filed all papers and everything, and he went scot-free. last but not the least, with many of the cases that are there, I'm mentioning Mr. Suvendu Adhikari, who was caught live taking money, 5 lakhs of rupees in cash, caught on your camera. What has happened to those? All went through the washing machine. Why selective amnesia?
Right.
Do they have a short memory or they have selective amnesia? It's a question to be asked. And why 2 months before
But
the
Mr.
elections are
Azad,
to
the other
take place,
question that's
you are
being
coming up
asked of
with these?
Right. Mr. Azad, the BJP and the opposition is also in Bengal is also raising this question that you protested outside the Home Ministry today while ED comes under Finance Ministry. They are saying that the TMC is trying to reduce all of this to theatrics. How would you respond to that because ED comes under the Finance Ministry?
You have so many ministries. Even the coal ministry comes under the central government, and they're accusing us of a scam. I mean, the tenders are floated by the coal ministry. They distribute these to their own cronies, earn money from there. The securities of Central Industrial Security Force (CISF), which looks after it, and they're accusing us when they should be accused for the entire thing. For all their works for any minister, they all work for the Prime Minister, who instructs Mr. Amit Shah to go and do these things. So obviously, you know, he's the man, he's the kingpin. He's the guy who should be told that he has to be answerable to us. We were doing a peaceful dharna. We were not disturbing anybody. The cars were going in and coming out. All these government officials were going into there. We were not disturbing. We were not making a hue and cry or anything of the sorts. We were simply saying slogans and standing on the side. And they came and even manhandled our lady members of parliament, which I think was very bad.
Okay. Mr. Azad, my last question to you. What kind of political impact do you expect this episode to have on politics of Bengal? Because I know that BJP has, its performance has not been improving in Bengal. In fact, it's been going down. But when it comes to other states, be it Arvind Kejriwal or Bhupesh Baghel, whoever blamed the centre for misuse of agencies has been losing elections. The BJP has been winning a lot of assembly polls. Don't you think that will have an impact on West Bengal, which might or might not even see fatigue after so many years of TMC rule?
You know why all this ED action took place? Because the BJP, their internal survey says they're not winning more than 25 seats. The same was when the Maharashtra elections were being fought. They said that Congress is going to get back to power. Haryana, it was the same case. In Bihar, they were having it very tough with Akhilesh going around and, gathering so much a crowd. So they did this SIR. They manipulated the entire thing. They blackmailed people with ED. They saw to it that the senior leaders of the opposition sat at home and did not work. This is exactly because they're not able to do anything in Bengal. They've started this ED thing, and that too just before 2 months, just to take out the strategy, the political strategy from IPAC that we're going to have in the next coming elections.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. Thank you so much, Kirti Azad, for joining us. TMC MP Kirti Azad on the raids on IPAC and the subsequent march by Mamata Banerjee. Thank you, Mr. Azad. We're also joined by Tuhin Sena of the BJP now. We have Tausif Rahman of the TMC. We have Smita Prakash, ANI editor, also an analyst. And we also have Jayento Goshal, who is also an analyst and author. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Tuhin Sena, to you first. You heard everything that Mr. Azad had to say. He says this is not political theatre. This is just fight for the state. How would you respond?
Well, good evening, Vasudha. Good evening, everybody. Kirti Azad, what he said, I was very surprised. It does not carry any logic. And in fact, the way TMC has behaved in the last 36 hours, they have reiterated two things many times over. Number one, TMC is fundamentally, it's temperamentally unfit to belong to a modern democracy like India. And TMC runs less like a political entity, like a political party, and more like a mafia empire. Now, today, the way they tried to obstruct the working of the court proceedings, the TMC affiliated lawyers, it only shows the kind of lumpenry they are resorting to, the way they are trying to intimidate the judiciary. On the one hand, India Alliance is trying to impeach the judge in Madras High Court who passed the order in favor of Deepak Hun. And now over here, you see them obstructing court proceedings. And yesterday, the way Mamata Banerjee tried to obstruct raids, please understand that even in the past, Lalu Yadav has been investigated. Lalu Yadav's places have been raided. Hemant Soren and Shivu Soren have gone through the process, but no chief minister has resorted to the kind of obstructionism, the kind of mayhem mongering which Mamata Banerjee resorted to yesterday. And why was she so affected? I mean, what is it that she's trying to hide? I am told that she took out certain papers which belong to February 2022. Now, if that is correct, how are papers from February 2022 anyway connected with her election preparations for 2026? I am telling you what was the connection. Those papers probably contained the money trail involved in making payments to IPAC, and the same money laundering network is supposedly is supposed to have been used in making payments in the coal scam. And that is where TMC's involvement, TMC's complicity in the coal scam stands exposed. I think Mamata Banerjee should face the law, she should respect the law and not resort to this mayhem mongering.
Let me bring in Smita Prakash. Right. Smita Prakash, your big takeaways from this episode, because, there are two things here. One, Mamata Banerjee walking the streets of Kolkata, there is this clear sentiment that when it comes to street politics, nobody does it better than her. So maybe the BJP needs a different template for this state. But on the other hand, the fact that a CM, a sitting chief minister, had to personally intervene, and those visuals of her walking out with those laptops, I mean, what is the picture that you have in your mind, and what do you think really went right or wrong in this episode?
You're absolutely right, Vasudha, that she will take to the streets, and that's her USP. That's her unique selling proposition of being this fighter who doesn't play by the book. And make no mistake that Mamata Bandyopadhyay versus Amit Shah is going to be the lead motive of this election. It's going to be these two political giants who are going to take this battle, which is going to reach peak frenzy, I think, by February end. But it's already begun. I mean, she's a 3-time chief minister and he is a home minister. He hasn't forgotten the drubbing that the BJP got in the last election, and she is going to make this ever more so difficult for him to win this election. So in a way, what you're seeing, if I may say, is him a wounded tiger and she the Bengal tigress. And so there's going to be blood on the street. It's absolutely clear that there will be blood spilled. And, she made this scathing personal attack today on the Home Minister, on the Prime Minister, mentioning, corruption. She mentioned Amit Shah's son. She talked about Hiren Pandya. She has taken gloves off from the word go. Women voters who are her core support base, they love this fighting spirit in Mamata Banerjee. They don't want to see her sitting in the Chief Minister's house. They want to see her with those 2 microphones, 2 watches, or 1 watch and 1 fitness band, wearing her sari and her rubber chappal and fighting it out, barging into places. She's still that fighter spirit, even though she sits in a constitutional position. And this is the imagery that they want her to do, and she's giving it to them.
Absolutely. Jayento, there's an interesting statement by Shujan Chakravarti of the CPM today, and he says that when same raids happened with Jyotipriya Malik or others, including Partho Chatterjee, you didn't see these reactions from Mamata Banerjee. But yes, when it comes to Abhishek Banerjee, IPAC, Firhad Hakim, Subrato Chatterjee, or several other people, she has made it a point to personally go sit at CBI's office. I remember even with Rajiv Kumar this happened, the ex-DGP. What makes Mamata Banerjee come in her element, when it comes to certain cases? Because it can't just be, selective, right? What is it that makes her become a street fighter once in a while, but that happens quite too often? Jayento Goshal? Okay, let me take this question to Tausif Rahman. Tausif, how do you look at the BJP's big allegation that the TMC is trying to stall investigation because it wants to protect those who are corrupt?
Good evening to everyone. Well, I never knew that Tuhin Sharma has become a judge and he is giving his judgment on a national television platform on NDTV. But anyways, I mean, just for once, try to understand the kind of atrocities are being done by the ruling government on non-ruling BJP state. ED is supposed to be neutral, Vasudhaji, neutral agency. But I'm sorry to say they are working for BJP, which is clear today. And it's not Venezuela that you will send your brokers as ED and take away our political strategies. This is Bengal and she is Mamata Bandyopadhyay. And yes, no one is above the law. We all are law-abiding citizens. But with such mafia of Home Minister Amit Shah, we know the tactics control these mafia syndicates coming from Delhi. We know how to control it. See, again, this ED is just following the instruction of BJP. Why these raids are always during election? The intention is clear, to harass TMC, but they are daydreaming, Vasudhaji. IPAC is our IT office from where we plan our strategies, what they wanted to loot actually. Our strategies, our candidate name. Now, BJP is saying, "Arey, candidate name hai, 2022 hai, something. Arey, so what? If the candidate name is there inside the IPAC office, that's our problem. That's not your problem. And why are you there to shield and protect ED? ED is a neutral agency. And if you ask me about Mamata Banerjee taking the files from the spot, then ladies and gentlemen, she did the right thing because we can't trust an agency whose credibility is zero and the conviction rate is 0.7. We won't allow the B team of BJP with such circus. Why such exercise only during election season? Basically now BJP is scared seeing day before yesterday's Abhishek Banerjee's program at Itaha. They couldn't sleep all night. What is the success rate of ED? Again, I want to come there. So, you know, this all form of atrocities and torture coming from back door, we're not supposed to do like this. We have to follow constitution.
Okay, Tuhin Sena, respond to that. Tuhin Sena, this is a huge miscalculation by the BJP is what the TMC is saying, especially when it comes to Bengali sentiment. Something that Smita also talked about. This is a state with a lot of nuances. What is the BJP thinking?
Where is the question of miscalculation? When it's an agency which is doing its job, the case dates back to 2020. If there are new evidence, there is new incriminating information which has come out, do you expect the ED to stop working just because IPAC is affiliated with TMC? I mean, why should IPAC get that immunity just because it is the political arm of TMC? I think, Mamata Banerjee is fundamentally against the federal structure of this country. Not only has she shown her, disregard for all investigating agencies, the way she has been threatening the country on the implementation of Waqf Act. Now, imagine laws which are passed by Parliament. Please mind your words. Barge in like this.
No, she's not threatening. You cannot say like this.
No, you want me to produce the videos? Please. You want to show the videos? You want me to show the videos?
Yes, he's threatening BJP.
Does he have a memory problem? He can visit the Mamata Banerjee's videos, the way she was threatening the country on the implementation of CAA, the way she was saying she will not allow. Please, you have to visit the videos. This is not the way. This is not the way an elected CM is supposed to conduct herself. Laws passed by both houses of Parliament. Bills passed by both. No chief minister.
Let him finish his point.
No chief minister has any right to stall bills which have been passed by both houses of Parliament and have become a law. If she doesn't understand law, if she behaves like an illiterate person, that is not our problem. But she cannot stoke anarchy. She cannot stoke violence in Bengal. And Murshidabad violence can be directly attributed to her attitude. So I think it's about time Mamata Banerjee respects the federal structure of this country. She can't be demonizing investigating agencies.
Jayento back with us. Yes, Tuhin, your point is taken. Jayento Goshal, what are your big takeaways from this episode, sir? Because the left has been alleging that Mamata Banerjee gets into this fighter spirit only in certain cases, be it Abhishek Banerjee or Rajiv Kumar or IPAC, and does not do that for a lot of other people when it comes to, Jyotipriya Malik or several other people. But I have seen her being on the streets quite many times. Does this also invoke a different sentiment amongst Bengalis, or has that changed?
I think, Basudha,
I don't want to go into the details of this legality, the odd question, because I respect what Tuhinji is saying. I am not a party spokesman of TMC. But I think the BJP strategy on West Bengal election, I think after this incident, it has become advantage Mamata, and Mamata in Bengal, Delhi and West Bengal, I think 1,500 kilometer it is away from Delhi capital. This ED and BJP, this relationship Mamata Banerjee has established, because now BJP spokesmen are supporting whatever ED has done, and ED's statement, the official statement, there are two aspects regarding the coal scam, all these things. As a journalist, I respect that also, the non-attributing sources, ED claims type of stories. But on record, there's this thing, there is no mention of Pratik's involvement with coal scam, and Mamata also has not raised that issue. But now through this movement, Mamata is getting the victim status. And if you survey, BJP can survey that whether ED is neutral or not. When BJP was in opposition, BJP used to call CBI Congress Bureau of Investigation. I remember I was a BJP beat correspondent in Delhi. And today, if you ask any person whether Mamata's anti-incumbency, all the SIR issue to Murshidabad, political polarization, Hindu, Muslim, all the Hindutva issue of BJP, now it has become a more anti-Delhi. Bengali has a typical radical Bengali anti-Delhi mindset. Whether it is good or bad, I don't know, because we have suffered also for that. I am not discussing the future of West Bengal. But for this strategy, I think it's a completely wrong strategy of BJP, that you are going to, because Partho Chatterjee, we have seen the election, now he is on bail. Rather, he is saying that I want to fight the election. Jyotipriya Malik, all this thing, there should be a deadline, time limit. And this case, if ED, after election, if they do, what was the problem? And you are giving the publicity that now ED is going, so the coverage, media, as a media person, we are very much excited. The media's adrenaline is completely, we are happy.
Smita Prakash, would you agree with Jayento Goshal's opinion that this may have been a wrong strategy by the BJP? Because, I do feel that while we keep thinking about these things, in Delhi also we saw Kejriwal lose power. We saw Lalu Prasad Yadav's family also lose power in a very bad way. So sometimes the BJP is just trying to push this anti-corruption narrative of its image, and it's working in some states. Why will it not work in Bengal?
Well, Vasudha, I kind of agree and disagree with what Jayento had to say. This whole thing about TMC accusing BJP of being anti-Bengali. Now, this is something that we saw in the last election also. And so far, the BJP has failed to communicate a cultural connect with Bengalis. It's not happened in the last election. Remains to be seen whether it can be done this season. This election. Where I disagree with Jayento is about the victim status that Mamata is trying to portray herself as a victim of aggression from the center. I don't think that's going to click because she's tried that earlier. Now, after having 3 terms, you can't claim to be a victim, and I don't think that's going to click, because she can't be the ferocious tiger as well as victim at the same time. So, to say she's Agniputri and at the same time she's victim, how does that happen? So there I think there is a problem. As far as the central agencies' misuse is concerned, that is a rag, that is an alap which is going to keep coming all through, whether it is when the forces come, when the election commission will come, when everybody comes from Delhi to Bengal, and during the electoral process, she is going to talk about using this. So the BJP has still not responded to the attacks. Are they keeping their cards close to their chest? Because what you're seeing is a response on TV channels, but on the ground, there is still no vehement response as such from the leadership. There is from the local leadership, from the central leadership, not yet.
Not Venezuela. And this is not...
That is a very important point, Tuhin Sena. I do feel that this campaign... Yeah, I do feel that this campaign also in some ways brings back again to the fore the centrality of Mamata Banerjee in the TMC campaign, because TMC is Mamata Banerjee is TMC, and the BJP still doesn't have a regional leader of her stature. Do you think that the BJP in an episode like this has also in some ways given an opportunity to Mamata Banerjee to bring back the spotlight on her, that, you know, in some ways another way of her reaching out to people and saying that yes, my party could have made mistakes, but it's about me? Tuhin Sena.
You know, what we are opposing over here is her violent obstructionism. She had every right to move the courts of law to prevent the ED investigation, but she had no business barging into the office of IPAC and stealing away certain documents which could have been very pivotal, which have been very crucial in the investigation. That's a limited point. Now, as far as playing victim is concerned, that's the only thing which Mamata Banerjee knows at this point of time, because her 15 years of rule in Bengal have been the worst, have been the most decadent phase for Bengal. So obviously she's going to try and play the victim once again. But the fact is, this time the anti-incumbency is so high that the same tricks which she has played in the past will not work. The law of diminishing returns is going to catch up with her, and she will know it very soon.
Right. Tausif Rahman, your response?
See, I don't know what Tuhin Sharma is all talking about. He's again going back, he's coming forward, but it doesn't make sense, because I don't know, he's talking like a judge.
But he's pointing to a very specific process that the Chief Minister should not behave.
So why is he not able to understand?
Like
Why is he not able to understand what I'm talking about?
So maybe I'm dumb, but I cannot be a judge of a Supreme Court or a High Court.
Why is he not able to
respond to you?
English?
Let me respond, sir. Let me give you a new story.
Tausif, yeah.
So you see, 2020 November, this coal scam or money laundering, whatever it took place. You know, IPAC was under Prashant Kishore. I mean, he left IPAC during 2021, and all this took place 6 years back. So what is it? Is there any setting with Prashant Kishore, or did he help BJP during Bihar election? Because the scenario is very clean. Whoever goes against BJP, the B team, ED, IT, or what central agency will start knocking your door. And end of the day, if something happens as per BJP, go to the court. We did that. I mean, ED, TMC, Pratik Jain, Bengal police, they all have gone to the court, and now let's wait and watch. So it is as simple as that. And if you don't understand my English, and if you don't understand if I'm making sense or not, so if you have any problem with Mamata Bandyopadhyay, I do understand. You are not going to win. Let me take it very clearly. Let me explain you very clearly. You want to fight on the ground. You want to fight inside the court. You want to fight up in the sky. We will hammer you 360 degree, and you won't be able to do anything, because the vote and the blessing of the people is with Trinamool Congress. Take it from me, Mr.
TMC, Vasudha, the TMC representative can do better than this.
Quickly respond to that before I take closing remarks from our analyst.
I seriously think the TMC representative can do better than this. The case may date back to 2020, but if there is emergence
of fresh evidence... Will you go to Prashant Kishore?
If there is fresh evidence emergence...
Will you go with that fresh evidence to Prashant Kishore as well?
The law enforcing agencies, the investigation agencies
are
under no obligation. They are under no obligation. They are under no obligation to make you happy just because IPAC is your entity. It's your affiliate entity.
Of course, IPAC is our entity.
There is emergence of new entity. The law will take its own course.
You need to confirm yourself whether IPAC is a private company or working with TMC.
Street veto will not work in Turkman Gate. It will not work on the streets of Bengal, and you will see it in May this year.
Okay, Jayento Goshal, your closing remarks, sir. How do you expect this episode to sort of end in the coming days? What else is expected to be unraveled?
You see, in this political West Bengal is always, every election, in the last assembly election, in the last Lok Sabha election, it is nothing new for a onlooker of West Bengal politics. But the latest, the possibility of president rule in West Bengal after this, now it has become a major campaign issue. And now West Bengal BJP is demanding that president rule should be imposed. And if Mamata Banerjee has done illegal things, then you can take action. You can go for 356. You can go for major action. But the public perception, again, will be more aggressive. So I am expecting lot of more tutu in this coming election, and this is very unfortunate because the anti-incumbency, if it is strong, one BJP leader, I cannot take the name as a journalist, he was telling me that the best thing to remain silent, the people can vote against Mamata. What the BJP is doing is a more aggressive way through ED, through EC. Maybe the Bengali Bhadralok were ready to vote against Mamata. Now they have become anti-Delhi for this style of campaign, style of functioning. Because, when the anti-incumbency, if it is there, when CPM, I remember, we never expected that CPM is going. But suddenly we have seen that when TMC came to power, we never expected that election, because 30 years, the Bengalis are very bad consumer. If we buy a shoe from Bata, I think there are a lot more repair shops in Bengal than Delhi, because Delhi is more throwaway society.
Right.
So consumer
closing remarks
point
from
of
you.
view,
Yeah,
I
very
think
important points.
we
Smita
will
Prakash,
repair
closing
again,
remarks from you, ma'am.
because BJP has become more anti-Bengali perception.
I think Jayento is quite right. The quirky Bhadralok that he talks about, they have their mood swings, and we can't depend on electoral results according to the quirks of the Bhadralok, I think. But it will be a very interesting election, for certain.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me on this broadcast. An investigation has turned into an all-out political war in poll-bound West Bengal, a case that is going to also escalate nationally and in some ways bring the attention to accountability and also clash of not just contest, political contest, but also narratives. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3 into 50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajkal, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC. A contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking, who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body? And what would it mean for Mumbaikars? DMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Delhi set the fairway on fire. The precision, the edge, the contest, the electric energy. Now, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am travels to Hyderabad, a day crafted for an unmatched experience. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 10th January 2026, Boulders Hills Golf and Country Club.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards.
Welcome back. It was supposed to be a battle of movies, but both these movies, Parasakti and Jana Nayagan, are at very different places now. Parasakti is all set to release tomorrow. A grand release for this movie that is being seen as completely backed by the DMK, something that also speaks the political language that DMK speaks and will be used by the DMK because it's all centered around anti-Hindi agitations. One of the reasons why the DMK was even founded in the first place. And also Jana Nayagan faces one legal hurdle after the other. Now, what we understand is that Vijay is expected to speak soon is what we understand. TVK has not officially reacted to this. Vijay has not spoken on this. But remember that Madras High Court actually gave a go-ahead to this movie in the morning. But then CBFC challenged it. And now, till the 21st of January, there is nothing that is expected that's in favor of this movie, with the CBFC taking a very strong position against Vijay's Jana Nayagan. Veera Raghav is here with me. Veera, processes aside, this is politics at play. What do you think really happened? Take us through everything that has happened in the last 1 week.
Well, let's forget the 1 week. I think the last 10 hours, that's from this morning onwards, it was a huge victory in the morning. Then the court for Jana Nayagan was stinging order from a single judge of the Madras High Court, stayed by the Chief Justice, posted the matter to the 21st. So long and short of it, Jana Nayagan not releasing now. You don't know when it's going to release. Vijay has a summons to go and appear before the CBI on the 12th of January. Multiple political connotations from all this. Remember, this is also not just about politics. There is a huge element of freedom of speech and expression under threat argument that's been made. It's been made by the DMK now. It was made by the Congress earlier yesterday. TVK, of course, silent, but I believe that Vijay will make a comment eventually. They feel that they don't need to speak because the people are speaking and the narrative is already getting set. So I don't know how this is going to play out eventually, but the narrative of Vijay under being targeted is gaining strength and gaining enormous strength, and being targeted by the center and the BJP is the narrative that's building up, and that's the perception that's building up, because the earlier perception was that he was being targeted by the DMK. And today, given this whole issue, MK Stalin has come out and spoken out openly. Manikam Tagore responding to Stalin's tweet saying, super brother, this is exactly what we have been saying, and your party's IT wing said we have to leave the alliance. Let's stand up for freedom of speech. So multiple reactions, Vasudha, there.
Veera, do you finally see this also in some ways bringing the Congress and the TVK together?
I think the Congress is maybe fishing in troubled waters. I think DMK too tested an ally. Sections within the Congress pushing the DMK to get 40 seats and a share of power. Of course, share of power will depend after the numbers come out. I think this is more bargaining by the Congress. Congress can't vacate the space. But let's see, all sides hope.
But Veera, this impression of the centre being high-handed, I'm saying impression because that's what a lot of people are also blaming the centre for, because today the CBFC challenging the single bench order was also quite unexpected. The impression of the BJP or the centre being high-handed, how do you expect that to play out politically? Do you expect that of being of providing some disadvantage to the AIDMK-BJP alliance, or do you think that people have the intelligence to define what is the centre and what is CBFC?
Well, look, no, I think the overall perception, no one really knows. CBFC is seen as an arm of the centre, and the BJP as a sense. It is an independent body ultimately, but the way it's targeted in a political narrative, out of the question. Manikam Tagore took the lead yesterday in terms of saying that, look, the centre is attacking using CBFC. Today, MK Stalin has virtually endorsed that, but not taken Jana Nayagan's name around specifically. Manikam Tagore responding to that, and if we can play those tweets, and that's a bit of breaking news that they'll play up, saying, look, this is exactly what we are saying. Don't think that we're going ahead from the alliance. So I think in a nuanced political conversation, there may be multiple connotations that will come out. But in the mass public sentiment and amongst the TVK fans, there is an enormous emotion for the film. A Pongal release is not a small thing, Vasudha. It's an extraordinary festival. As you were there with me at the Rohini Theatre earlier, and you heard that fan turn around and say that for us, no Pongal. The day Jana Nayagan releases his Pongal. That's the sentiment amongst Vijay fans. The fact that a DMK-backed movie is releasing and a Vijay movie is not releasing. Multiple connotations. What it'll mean politically, electorally, I don't know, but the political narrative is getting crystallized.
In some ways, this has also set the stage for politics to spike in the coming months. Let's take a look at some reactions.
Censor board has been added to the already existing political hitmen of the BJP, like the ED, CBI, the Election Commission. The political drama by the BJP by using censor board as a weapon in Tamil Nadu is being very well understood by the people of Tamil Nadu. These tactics of the BJP will not go down well within Tamil Nadu.
We are also joined by Pulla Rao, who's a political analyst and an author. We are also joined by Kasturi Shankar, who's an analyst and also an actor. Thank you, both of you, for being part of this broadcast. Kasturi, to you first. How do you look at Parasakti getting that green signal and Jana Nayagan being held? What does this mean for people of Tamil Nadu? Like Veera was pointing out, everyone was looking forward to these movies. What is the sentiment on ground?
As a first day, first show fan of Vijay myself, I'm as disappointed as probably all his fans are, because at the end of the day, politics can be politics, but you don't bring that into the film arena. The movie, we were all looking forward to the movie being released and having a complete Pongal celebration. I'm not planning to watch Parasakti. I was totally looking forward to Jana Nayagan being Vijay's swan song, as it will. I think from a fan point of view, we have nothing. It's Jana Nayagan means the Lord of the People, kind of a pun on democracy. It's very undemocratic to have a monopoly in the movie theaters. There's just one we're going to be releasing tomorrow. Maybe Baba Atyare coming for the 14th. So, there's a solo run for Parashakti, which is not good for the movie industry as a whole, number one. And politically speaking, I'm affiliated to the BJP. I think it's a terrible setback for the BJP because the Congress jumped on the BJP bashing bandwagon yesterday. and created a conspiracy theory. Whether it has any semblance to the truth is another issue. But it has gained a lot of traction. And today the DMK itself caught on to the act and said, hey, this theory is working, so let's go with it. We've got our chance to bash the BJP. Now Vijay fans as well as TVK.
That's a very important point,
party
Kasturi.
cadre.
Veera Kasturi is saying that as a fan, she's disappointed even though she supports the BJP. I am just curious to know, why is Vijay or the TVK, why is Vijay not responding to this? Because, you know, he is an aspiring chief minister. You would expect him to be angry, aggressive. Why is he not speaking against this, what he calls injustice against him?
He's an aspiring chief minister, Vasudha, but he's already a superstar. Superstars don't speak when you want them to speak. They speak when they want to speak and you listen to it. This is the star attitude. And, you know, while many believe that the fact that the TVK is silent shows that they don't know how to react to a situation, I think it's a calibrated strategic approach. Let the coach play. We don't want to fuel the fire. We're not going to be the whiners out here. You do what you want. We'll stand up here. These are grassroots silent narratives that builds up. Let everybody else speak. Let them all come after me. I'm not going to go and speak to them. I'll go to the courts and I'll expose the system before the courts. I think that's the argument. You will, though, expect Vijay and the TVK to speak out. I think it will be more like an apology to fans saying that, look, we're really sad that we can't release the movie, but don't worry about it. It will come back. We'll come back with full force, because most people believe that when the movie hits, if it was 10x now, it will be 100x because of all this.
Okay, so there could be some thinking behind that as well, but I would see that probably this is an apolitical move to not really respond aggressively. But you're right, superstars don't speak when we want them to speak.
But an aspiring chief minister must speak. You're also right about the fact that sometimes he needs to turn from being a star to a politician, and his party also should learn to come out and take the bull by its horns on issues like this.
Criticism of Vijay being quite scripted sometimes also, you know, looks true, because, you know, this is the time when he should be speaking up, not just for his fans, but for himself, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's time to speak, but then the point is that he's gone to court. He's challenging the matter. You know better what's happening with the BJP, and I think maybe it's part of all calibrated. See, the one thing is that there was a sense that the BJP was warming up to the TVK after the stampede when the DMK was attacking it. There was a sense that Vijay was going soft on the BJP but going hard on the DMK after the stampede. Not as hard as he was on the BJP before the stampede. The question is that this changes that dynamic. Does this, if Vijay softens up to the BJP, he'll be seen as someone buckling to pressure. So he will be forced to have to take a stand. I don't know what the calculus in all this is, if there is a calculus and if there is a political calculation. But whatever it is, it seems like it's going to favor Vijay and bolster him.
Okay. Mr. Pullarao, you have followed Dravidian politics very closely. What kind of impact do you see the release or the non-release or the delayed release of Jana Nayagan having on Tamil Nadu elections 2026? Also, in the backdrop of Parasakti releasing tomorrow, and Parasakti, we are told, is a very political movie, something that looks at the beginning of DMK and also looks at invoking Tamil sentiment.
There's a lot of calculus or calculations, to use Vijay's words. The superstar Vijay is being advised by a super lawyer. I think you have to take that into your calculus. And silence is the best weapon now. Silence is the best answer. Why should he talk when the censor board is saying it's reviewing it? There's a loaded answer in that. And he's still got time, 2-3 days. Everything, all the cuts they want, he can do it. I'm only saying that his silence is not from anything else, but terrific calculation. Keep quiet, don't muddy the waters. Courts are looking into it. And CBFC, there's no stay on the Central Board of Film Certification from giving the go-ahead or whatever. So he's smart to keep quiet in this whole thing. And as you know, in Tamil Nadu, films and politics, there's no wall between it. Both are equally at home with each other. What is real? What is fiction? What is the truth? Nobody knows. You know, it goes on till something comes out and then it moves on. This has become more interesting than the film itself for political impact and the last-minute tensions. Therefore, the courts are on one side, the film certification board, the political parties, and Vijay is here. He's being well advised. I'm talking objectively, very well advised as far as this issue is concerned. That silence is the best answer. Keep quiet. Otherwise, it will only muddy the waters. Maybe if it does. And as of now, what the High Court has said, what the other courts have said, what the board has said. There's no saying that they have refused it. Will they do it fast? Will they fast track it? That depends. And also, Stalin has come out with a very good statement, and that
So
will
those
also
are the different
help
scenarios,
Vijay.
Mr. Rao, but we don't
And if
know
Vijay
what
keeps
really is going to
silence, it
happen
doesn't
because
matter.
everyone has to wait till 21st of January, which is when the hearing is going to be held. Kasturi Shankar, moving away from Jana Nayagan, what kind of impact do you think Parasakti is likely to have on people of Tamil Nadu? Because like Veera was pointing out, there's going to be complete free flow for Parasakti during Pongal weekend. Do you really think that DMK will optimize, capitalize on this sentiment? How will it really benefit the DMK?
Sure, people who are already sensitive and sympathetic to DMK causes, and perhaps a small portion of first-time voters who come from DMK backgrounds would find this movie favorable to their existing thoughts. But I don't think, in general, movies, even though they are well crafted, will have electoral ramifications. I don't think that. I don't think that's happening. I mean, that era is gone with MGR. Even Vijay was not able to repeat or replicate that feat. So, no, I don't think that's going to happen. Parasakti doesn't have any hit songs so far as I know. We don't have anything playing on
Okay,
loop.
that's an important line, Kasturi, to end the show on, Veera. Kasturi saying that, movies don't really have the power to define or change public sentiment now. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely not. I mean, it's not the only thing that can define public sentiment, but definitely it has an impact. And cinema has an enormous impact on politics, at least in Tamil Nadu, especially in a context that's been set already. But let's see what happens. I hope to see Parasakti with you tomorrow. Absolutely. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely. And this is, we're all speaking to a generation that's watching and growing up on reels. How much of impact will all of this have on...
but nothing that this Parasakti can do can match what Vodinal, Valke in LARK, Vodinal, the 1952 Shivaji classic. I don't think that can be matched. But let's see what this Parasakti does.
Well, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Kasturi, and thank you, Dr. Rao, for speaking to us. It's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Sena, NDTV. Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national
Good evening and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. Tonight, two global flashpoints that could reshape geopolitics. First, Iran, where there's growing unrest and rising dissent, which is fueling a question the world is watching closely. Is the country on the brink of a new revolution, or will the regime tighten its grip once again? The stakes couldn't be higher with Trump's constant threats, and it is not just for Iran but for the entire Middle East. And then Trump's renewed obsession with Greenland. What many say sounds bizarre carries serious strategic weight, with the Arctic fast becoming the next geopolitical battleground. Tonight we bring you big exclusives. The first official reactions from Greenland and Denmark. We talk to those in the Danish security setup who actually talk about what Denmark might do from a policy standpoint if they are attacked. But first, let's focus on the situation in Iran. Could this be another revolution? Well, let's bring you a timeline of these protests. It started just a few days back on the 28th of December. Iran's rial, their currency, crashed to a record low of about 1.45 million per US dollar, sparking immediate economic fury as merchants in Tehran's Al-Adin and Charso markets shut down their shops. Then on the 29th of the month, there were strikes which rapidly expanded to Tehran's iconic Grand Bazaar. There was also a powerful viral video of a lone protester defiantly standing before riot police and motorbikes. He was dubbed Tehran's Tank Man. He spread online the protests, images of the Tank Man. Demonstrations erupted to places like Hamadan and Zanjan. Then on the 30th, students from major universities ended up joining the protests, amplifying calls for change, with security forces opening fire on the protesters as well in Hamadan amidst escalating clashes. On the last day of 2025, the 31st, the government imposed widespread business shutdowns across the country, in fact in 21 provinces, in a bid to contain the unrest. The first reported fatalities, were in fact identified at this stage. On the 1st of the month, workers at Tehran's very critical vegetable market joined the strikes. That resulted in further paralyzing daily commerce. Then the US got involved, with President Trump on the 3rd issuing a stark warning of potential American intervention if the regime escalates violence against demonstrators. There was also a severe 35% drop in internet traffic signals. At that stage, it's dropped further now. These were deliberate government outages to disrupt the coordination of the protests. On the 6th, exiled Kurdish political groups called for a nationwide general strike that added momentum. And between the 8th and 9th of this month, the exiled Crown Prince Raza Pahlavi urged Iranians to launch nationwide protests which have galvanized crowds. Authorities have also imposed a full nationwide internet blackout as demonstrations flared up intensely all across Iran. But let's now bring you our guests. I'm joined by Haleh Blake, a British-Iranian activist and co-founder of United for Masa. Let's bring up our guests. We're also joined by James Bowden and Dr. James Dorsey. Thank you all very much for being with us. Hale, thank you very much for joining us on the program. You know, there's a complete news vacuum. We don't really know what's happening in Iran beyond just a glimpse of information that we're getting primarily out of Tehran. How widespread are the protests to the best of your understanding?
The scenes we saw last night were incredibly widespread. Seas of people on the streets in all 31 provinces. The images are outstanding, and it really shows the support of the people of the Crown Prince's call for action. There is also another one arranged for this evening. What we saw was a historical day of protest. This was much larger than any other demonstration we have ever seen in the past 46 years. And of course, within an hour of those demonstrations, we saw the internet shut down, which resulted in the information being entirely censored to the outside media. And as you know, there is no freedom of journalism inside Iran. So we rely on protesters, family and friends to provide us with accounts on the ground. And since last night, we haven't had that. But what we did have before the internet was shut off, that this was beyond everything anyone remembers in their living history in the past 46 years. And that in itself is making history today.
Hale, we've seen massive protests by women in Iran in the last couple of years. Those were eventually shut down, but the sense of anger and seething which exists in Iran never really went away. Are women a key part of the protests across the country now?
Of course they are. Women have been at the forefront and carrying on civil disobedience on the streets and within the country every day. But this anger is nationwide across all ages, gender, and also against all segments of the society. As you can see here, we have women, elderly women going out to protest. We saw images of people in wheelchair outside protesting last night, and in itself is showing the anger and discontent of the entire population in one go. And people have become brave to come out. They're overcoming the fear of the regime. We've had practices in the past during women life freedom movement, but we're seeing the anger is now taking over, and they're further intensified in their nature, and therefore they want. You may see images of people taking over governmental buildings. We were not at that stage previously, and as you can see the images, they're just some incredible images of people on the streets being beaten up, shot at, and killed.
James Bowden, in your opinion, is this the beginning of the end of the Khamenei regime?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm not 100% sure. I do think that we are in a petite insurrection, if not a full insurrection. Actually, just in the last couple of hours, the Iranian government released news updates that several police officers, as well as security personnel, had been killed in the protests. And this also follows photos loaded up onto social media of a police officer who was reportedly burned on the streets. So we are definitely witnessing an incredible moment here where I think that the Iranian state is being really challenged to its greatest degree at this time. If this is not the end, it is very close to it. I think next 2 to 3 weeks are going to be the determining factor.
What would be the determining factor?
Well, the determining factor would be a couple of events that we need to see. Number one, we've seen some of the Kurdish groups begin to announce that they want to pull away and begin their independence movements again. Also, Sistun Baluch groups have not announced anything yet, but they are probably getting primed to move away. But another one will be, I think, even more of these deaths. I think there will be a critical mass of police stations and government buildings that are burned. The number one key will be any moves by the Iranian regime. As soon as we start hearing and seeing more stories in the media about where Khamenei will go after this crisis, that's the signal to say, all right, it's collapsing.
Okay. Dr. James Dorsey, I'm just trying to understand what sort of support does Prince Raza Pahlavi really enjoy in Iran? Is he strong enough to be the big unifier?
Before I answer your question, let me just make one remark about to what degree this poses a challenge to the regime. There's no doubt that this is one of the most serious challenges that the regime has faced. There's also no doubt that there is widespread anger, particularly with the rapidly and radically deteriorating economic situation. However, experience with popular revolts shows that revolts succeed when you start to see splits within the regime, particularly within the military forces. If you think back of the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, part of what happened there was a split in the military. We're seeing no indications of that. I think, in fact, in terms of the popularity of the Shah, sure, there are segments of society that support the Shah. However, you've seen, I saw on the screen that you showed slogans in favor of the Shah. There are also slogans that say no Khamenei and no Shah. And we don't really know what support bases there are. Indications over time in the past have been that the Shah's support is not a majority.
Right. Is he potentially still, though, Dr. Dorsey, the primary unifier, should there be one?
I personally doubt it. I think what you're going to see is coming Iranian diaspora and Iranians themselves, both of which have had very different experiences since the 1979 revolution.
Yeah. Hale, who's the leader of the revolt? I see it to be a public outpouring of anger for all the reasons that we've identified. But is it faceless in a sense at this stage?
No, we have a very clear leader, and the chants of pro-Pahlavi chants have been across all of the locations, across all sides, even the most conservative religious cities such as Mashhad and Qazvin. You can see that across all of those. So this is definitely very much has a face. And in terms of defection, the Crown Prince did actually launch a defection campaign back in the summer, and over tens of thousands of defections has already been registered with him, and they are within active communication. This is very much on we have a leader, it's very clear, to take us to a democratic Iran, get us to ballot boxes, and that is what we want, a very secular, democratic Iran in the future.
James Bowden, I think Dr. Dorsey makes an important point when he says that we haven't really seen cracks in the military. I have seen a couple of accounts of soldiers in areas deciding not to take on the crowds, moving away from their posts and the like. Is that something that you're getting as well? In a sense, defections?
Well, I have not heard that report, but that is very important. And any government that starts to have rot at that lower level of soldiers not wanting to respond to government orders to suppress a riot, then you are on your way to government collapse. We've seen this repeatedly in world history, where when governments really do start to fall apart, it generally, as he said, it does creep up from the military. But that is, I think, based on a realization that their efforts are not succeeding and, in fact, are resulting in just harder and more steadfast resistance.
Dr. Dorsey, let's talk about Donald Trump, his threats. In terms of, and what he said is that if there are attacks, mass attacks on the Iranian people, then America would respond. Could that be, the way this ends up going, that the size and scope and the scale of the protests are influenced directly with how America impacts what's happening on the ground?
I think what you're seeing at the moment is that Donald Trump's threats of intervention or penalizing the regime militarily if there is mass killing of protesters is in some ways allowing the regime to blame all of this on foreign forces. That's, I think, one aspect of this. The other aspect of this is, what does that mean if Trump is going to make the Iranians pay hell and use his military force to do so? What I think you're not going to see is an invasion of Tehran to protect the protesters. You probably would see strikes against military facilities outside of areas where the protesters are on the streets. And whether that's going to really persuade the Iranian regime to change track, I think is questionable.
Ahale, in terms of the protesters and the groundswell in Iran, how do they see Donald Trump presently?
I think his strong tweets and messaging out to the Iranians really made them braver to really step out. They felt that they had the backing of the President of the United States. And they really relying on his leadership they're seeing as a strength and hope to the Iranians, and something as little as social media posts having that sort of effect in itself is massive. Well, in terms of boots on the ground, we don't really want an intervention as Iranians. We are able to get this over the line. We just need the West to stop negotiating with the regime. We need the West and America to take a really strong leadership, which we can see from President Trump, and we really need them to delegitimize the regime and insert pressure on their IRGC funding. And so we really need the West to take a really strong stance there, and also to pressure them and to stop them from bringing human resources from other countries for the crackdowns. I think those are the big asks from the Iranian community.
James Bowden, ultimately it's the economy which is really hurting. The fact that you've had shops shut, markets shut, the currency collapsing entirely, inflation shooting up. Is that likely to be perhaps the biggest trigger for these protesters beyond any of the larger political reasons that we've sort of discussed on this program?
Oh, absolutely. Bear in mind that these protests, there have been protests and there have been strikes going on in Iran for over the last year. Daily, I monitor everything as much as possible that comes out of the region, and including Iran. And I see constant oil workers, teachers, doctors, unions striking. They have been protesting and calling for changes for a long time. Then in early December, and I think what was the real catalyst of this was the U.S. seized the oil tanker, I believe called the Skipper, on December 10th. That was sanctioned Iranian oil. Then on the 23rd, we heard that either it was Iran or Iraq that was stopping to move gas from Iran to Iraq. That also did further damage. And so, these are people who are struggling. They want water, they want electricity, they need basic human necessities, and they're not getting it from the government. And the government hasn't been getting the message that they need this. They have been investing heavily in their military and infrastructure on that end and ignoring the Iranian people. So yes, this is not ideological. This is not a, hey, let's have freedom or a hijab issue. This is, I want to live and be able to live right.
Ahale, as somebody who's spoken about the need for genuine freedom in Iran, could you give us examples of how your own family back in Iran has been repressed, how you've sort of suffered as a result of that, how there continues to be turmoil in a sense, there are no real freedoms on the one hand, and on the other hand, Iran is, contrary to how it's reported, is fairly advanced, very decent healthcare, very decent infrastructure, at one level reasonably prosperous. So, there are two Irans that you're talking about. One where there's the repression that people suffer from, and one, several aspects of the economy which are still fairly progressive.
I think the repression, we talked about it in 2022 and 2023 in detail about women's rights, minority rights, and all of that. But what is worth mentioning here is that it's a 90 million highly educated population, and despite having 10 times resources per capita, 70% of the Iranian population actually live under the line of poverty. There are a large portion of that 70% are unable to meet some of their basic needs. I mean, we have heard of cases where people have been unable to buy meat for at least a year. For a rich country such as Iran, that is entirely not acceptable. And the way people see this is that all of the funds and the income of Iran is injected, is pushed out to the proxies. And that's where you have seen one of the chants is people saying no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, I give my life to Iran. That comes from that place of so many unable to live, knowing how much resources is available and should be within the Iranians. They also know that this regime will never going to change, never going to adjust to the people's demands. It doesn't matter what type of president we have, selected president we have, the outcome continues to be the same. This is an authoritarian regime that has been occupying Iran for 46 years and have used the same tricks to negotiate with the West, and that the people are not accepting it anymore. There's no kind of reform idea that people are willing to even entertain. So that's why you can see that people completely look to their past and how the infrastructure of now was actually built back 46 years ago. And this regime is not able to keep up with some of their even maintaining of those infrastructures, such as a very simple bridge that was made by Reza Shah. So this is why the Iranians are very nostalgic to their past, and they do not trust anybody else but Reza Pahlavi to take them out with that transition to ballot boxes. So, I mean, again, for a rich country like Iran, peace should be prosperous, such as the other Persian Gulf countries we see across the south of Iran.
Well, hopefully, whatever takes place is, there isn't a bloodbath on the ground, that these protests do result in fundamental change on the ground. The freedoms you speak about actually come back. But for the moment, let's hope that the law and order situation, by which I mean there is no violence on the ground, remains the priority. We leave it over there. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to take a short break. Coming up after that, we're going to be moving to the other global flashpoint, potentially, Greenland. We've got some very important interviews, one by, in fact, two MPs, one from Greenland, one from Denmark, including the first very direct statements on what Denmark might be forced to do if there is American military action on the ground in Greenland. That's coming up next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3 into 50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC, a contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body and what would it mean for Mumbaikars. BMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Delhi set the fairway on fire. The precision, the edge, the contest, the electric energy. Now, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am travels to Hyderabad, a day crafted for an unmatched experience. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 10th January 2026, Boulders Hills Golf and Country Club.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us
Other
into this
opposition
country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead.
Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Sena, NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC, a contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body and what would it mean for Mumbaikars. BMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
From the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Delhi set the fairway on fire. The precision, the edge, the contact.
Well, with the situation in Greenland becoming perhaps more unpredictable by the day, I'm joined by Rasmus Jarlov, Conservative Member of Parliament and Denmark's Chairperson of Defence Committee. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. There is no clear sense that most people are getting about where this is all headed. Yesterday, we heard statements that Denmark would respond if there was any American military presence in Greenland that you were uncomfortable with. Is that right?
Yes, thank you for taking interest in this in India as well. We appreciate that very much. Of course, in the situation that there was an American attack on Greenland, of course, we would have to defend it. We understand full well that it would be a very tough fight, and we would not be able to stop the Americans by military means. But we also want to make clear, of course, that it's not acceptable to attack us militarily, and it would lead to the absurd situation and disastrous situation of a war between two NATO countries, which would be completely devastating and very, very stupid and unnecessary.
Mr. Yalov, you make an important point. Denmark would respond militarily, come what may, if there is American military aggression in Greenland. Is that right?
I really don't like to talk a lot about that scenario because that can sound like we're threatening the Americans and we're trying to be tough. We're not. We understand we're a small power, very, very small power compared to the Americans. So it's not like we're trying to intimidate the Americans, scare them. But if theoretically that would be a war between two NATO countries, and of course that would lead to shots being fired and people be killed, and I would have to go to funerals. I would have to look at people who had been gunned down by Americans for absolutely no reason. And that would be a tragedy that's just really hard to understand, and a very, very unnecessary one, because the Americans already have access to Greenland. We already have a defense agreement that allows them access, and they can do mining in Greenland as well if that's what they want. So there's absolutely no need for this, and we really hope we can get it back on track, that it doesn't escalate.
Mr. Yalov, the other point, of course, is that America wants to buy Greenland. Is the sovereignty, the identity of Greenland up for sale?
It is not up for sale. We can do a lot of other things for the Americans, and we have never objected to an American presence. That's why we have that defense agreement that allows them to have military bases and a military presence as much as they want. So the Americans definitely do not need to annex Greenland for security purposes, because they already have access to it. But we can't sell 57,000 Danish citizens to become Americans. They don't want to, and they have made that extremely clear, and Denmark has made it extremely clear that we can't sell Greenland. It's not for sale, and it's not a matter of a price, so it doesn't matter what type of money is being offered, and it is also regardless of what pressure is put on us. We simply can't do that. And from there, it is up to the Americans how much they're going to escalate the situation. We hope they don't. We hope it becomes constructive, and they will articulate to us what needs that they have. The problem we have is that since they already have full access to Greenland, it's hard for us to see what more we could do for them. But they have to talk to us. They have to let us know what needs they have, and then we can have a constructive dialogue. But nothing will be achieved by military threats or threats of annexation by other means. That couldn't be achieved by just calling us.
Mr. Yalov, how united are people in Greenland? Are there is there any group which is actually saying, no, let's talk to the Americans, or let us use this opportunity to state the need for Greenland's sovereignty? Do you believe that there are those elements as well? Is that a concern?
There are different approaches to how much you should talk to the Americans. But there's complete agreement that the Greenlanders do not want to become part of the United States. There was an election last year, and in the local Greenlandic parliament, where there's 31 members, there wasn't a single one elected that wants to join the United States. And there was a poll, a very large poll made last year, that showed that only 6% of people in Greenland would like to leave Denmark to become part of the United States. So although many Greenlanders do dream about becoming independent, there's hardly anyone that wants to join the United States. So we're trying to, Denmark is not preventing Greenland from becoming independent. They're part of Denmark because they have not requested independence. They've had the option of leaving for 17 years, so they could have done that if they wanted. They've not requested it. They've not started the process. And we're available for Greenland to help them develop as long as they're part of Denmark. We're assisting them in developing the country, the direction that they want. But we're also protecting them right now from being taken over by the Americans, because that's something that they don't want. And the ties between Denmark and Greenland are quite close. They speak Danish. They're Danish citizens. They have members of our parliament here in Copenhagen, where I am right now. And a quarter of all Greenlanders live in Denmark. Most of them have spent time in Denmark during their life. They've been educated here and so on. The ties are very, very close. So it's very few Greenlanders that completely want to cut the ties to Denmark. But they do want more autonomy. And they're working towards that. They're gradually building up their society, educating themselves, becoming more and more capable of taking over roles in society. But for now, the ties with Denmark are crucial to Greenland, and they don't want to cut those ties.
Would this spell the end of NATO if America were to do anything? I'm not just talking about militarily, but otherwise, if they were to force the issue one way or the other, would that spell the end of NATO?
It could well do that. I mean, certainly a military attack would be the end of NATO, because then Denmark would have to invoke the Article 5 in NATO, which is the oath that countries have to come and protect us. And then the Americans and all other countries would be obliged to come and help Denmark, protect Denmark against the United States. Of course, the Americans would veto that, and then NATO would be dead. But other means are also unacceptable. I don't think any country could or should accept a targeted campaign from a foreign power to dismantle the country. And that's really what we're talking about. Americans are working actively to try to dismantle the Kingdom of Denmark. I mean, would India accept that a foreign power went to a province in India, tried to hook up with an independence movement, tried to bribe them into leaving India? I don't think any country would accept such an approach. Denmark is not standing in the way of the Greenlanders becoming independent, not at all. We are we're just there because they haven't asked us not to be there. And we've been there for 600 years. But it seems very, very unacceptable that the Americans are working so actively to sort of trying to dismantle our kingdom. Like if China went to Hawaii, tried to bribe people there into leaving the United States to become part of China, I think they would object quite aggressively against that.
Mr. Yadav, very, very strong views, but very important ones. It's a story that's impacting, global dynamics around the world. Thank you so much for sharing the perspective of Denmark in this very important story. Thank you very much indeed. I'm joined by Kuno Fenker, a Greenland MP. Mr. Fenker, thanks very much for being with us. Yesterday, there were some reports which suggested that if there was some sort of an American military presence in Greenland, which you disagreed with, the Danish government would react. Is that realistically something that might happen?
I think it will be the wrong move from Denmark. And the military size of the United States and the military size of Denmark, and even 70% of the budget and the military size of NATO is the American military. So Greenland is on the American continent, and it's a part of the Monroe Doctrine, which is a very geopolitical important area for the United States. There is a military air base B2 fixed base in northwest Greenland, which is an American base, and where they survey eventual incoming missiles from Russia.
Yep.
But the shipping routes are opening up, so the security concern is understandable, but the rhetoric from the United States is not understandable.
And in terms of protests, are we seeing a lot of that in Greenland presently?
No, but we saw some protests in, I think it was in January last year, after the elections, the inauguration in the US, and people saying that we are not for sale and so forth. But the rhetoric is changing up and down from the United States. Hence, the Art of the Deal book from Donald Trump is absolutely on its, they are using that right now. So I think what we need to do from Greenland is keep our heads cool and talk with the Americans directly and hear about what is their concerns, what's their interest, and also what is it that they want realistically, instead of nobody's going to annex Greenland. It's like people in Greenland will never accept a new annexation, which we are under right now from Denmark. And that's why the US is probably also questioning the right of the Kingdom of Denmark to keep Greenland.
Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland. That's a proposal which has been stated as well. Is that acceptable? Is your sovereignty up for sale?
No, it's not for sale, but right now we get a subsidy from Denmark, an annual subsidy, which is basically a purchase or rent of the island. So we also have to be, careful in regards to our own morals here. So I think in principle, no country should be on sale, but Greenland wants to be a sovereign state. We know we are a small population, a very big island, so we know that we can't be fully independent. But who is, in a way? We need to have allies, and those allies will still be, for example, the United States, NATO, Denmark, the European nations, and so forth, which are in our nearby vicinity allies.
Is there a growing willingness among people in Greenland, political leaders like you, that you do want to talk to America? You're not saying, I don't want to talk to you, please go away.
Of course, I would say that, in my opinion, I will always go the diplomatic way, because the only other way to do things is through military conflict. So we will, of course, go the diplomatic way. And that's also why I went to the inauguration in January last year, to talk to the Americans, because the diplomatic way to talk to people is the best way to solve a eventual conflict coming up, or maybe if the Americans have some concerns in regards to their own security and national security and also international security, we have to address it so that we can amend eventually the defense agreement which the United States have from 1951 with Denmark, but we amended it a little bit in 2004, where we decreased the possibilities of the Americans in Greenland. We might have to remedy that and look upon what is it their concerns are, and work for Greenland's independence, but in cooperation with the states that are interested in Greenland.
No, but as I understand it, and you were talking about the 1951-1952 agreement, America has the right to build more military facilities and bases in Greenland. Isn't that right?
Not absolutely. The 51 agreement says that it's a possibility with the consent of Denmark, but we made some amendments in 2004 that has limited the access to Greenland. And it also says that the only defense area the United States have is the fixed base. So we have to act upon what are the facts and read what are the agreements and the law. So we will have to adhere to that, so that people don't say things that the United States can do whatever they want. It's not true.
I understand, Greenland's identity, but is Greenland firmly with Denmark and Mette Frederiksen in this entire situation?
I will say from my party's side, we don't want to be de facto annexed by Denmark anymore. We don't want to be de facto a colony anymore. We want to be our own independent state with our own identity, with our own citizenship. And Greenlanders should own Greenland, not Denmark, and not the United States. So Mette Frederiksen has a moral problem, in my opinion, because Denmark is supposed to be a democratic country, but they still have a king. Their constitution is only about the king and king and king. Not even once democracy is mentioned. So what we need is that we are in 2026. They colonized us in 1721, and they denied us our Compact of Free Association in 2009. And now I think it's time for Denmark to reckon, or Greenland get some reckoning in regards to our rights as in international law to get into a sovereign state, but in cooperation with the US and also Denmark for that sake.
But Mr. Fenker, the timing of what you are stating now, it sort of comes at a time when America is making all these claims. Do you believe that this is the most opportune time for you to be in a situation where you get the sovereignty that you seek?
Absolutely, because with no urgency, no change is happening. We have seen that for over 300 years now. And now the opportunity of the urgency created by the United States is giving us the opportunity and gives us some negotiation leverage. And I can also say that I'm right here in Tórshavn in the Faroe Islands. And they told me that they will actually go to Denmark in January because they want to have an independent state too, because they can't be members of the WTO, World Trade Organization, or their handball team can't compete in the Olympics because they are not a sovereign state. So there are some issues here that are both in regards to our identity, but also our citizenship, our right to our own lands that needs to be reckoned.
Okay. And a final question to you. Do you represent a minority view in Greenland? Or do most Greenlanders feel that they don't want to talk to Donald Trump at all at this stage?
I think there has been a lot of panic because you can see the tactics of the United States is like they are saying one thing and another thing, and many politicians are saying things, and a lot of media has also fear-mongered about the United States and also painting them a enemy picture. So that is, in my opinion, wrong. I think we have to be diplomatic. I think the people of Greenland will understand at some point that we need to get out of our hiatus. We are not an ostrich hiding in the ground. We need to get our head up and also act like a sovereign state and talk to the states that are interested in us.
Mr. Fenker, you didn't answer my question. I was asking you, do you represent a majority view in Greenland?
I can't say, but I will say that I will do my utmost so that people understand.
All right. Kuno Fenker, MP from Greenland, thank you very much for speaking to us and sharing your views. Thanks very much indeed.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos this January on the NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Sena, NDTV.
Across the country. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC. A contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body and what would it mean for Mumbaikars. BMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Delhi set the fairway on fire. The precision, the edge, the contest, the electric energy. Now, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am travels to Hyderabad, a day crafted for an unmatched experience. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 10th January 2026, Boulders Hills Golf and Country Club.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking here at this hour. Hours after ordering censor board to clear Jana Nayagan, Madras High Court Chief Justice puts Vijay's film release on hold. Jana Nayagan won't release before January 21 now. TVK likely to approach the Supreme Court. Mamata Banerjee declares war against the centre over ED raids at IPAC, says don't cross the Lakshman Rekha. Detention drama in Delhi after TMC MP's protest. ED claims Bengal Chief Minister forcibly took documents and digital devices herself during the raids. Maharashtra's civic poll war brings the Pawar Parivar together. Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar to unveil NCP manifesto in Pimpri Chinchwad tomorrow. India counters Trump's AIDS trade deal claim. Ministry of External Affairs says Howard Lutnick's version of trade talks is not correct. Iran Supreme Leader asked Trump to address problems within his own country first. This after the US President warned Tehran of severe consequences of crackdown on protesters continued. BJP and TMC fight on the streets of West Bengal intensifies, with the leader of opposition in West Bengal and BJP MLA Suvendu Adhikari now serving a legal notice to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over allegations against Adhikari during her speeches. He also warned to file a defamation case if no response is received within 72 hours. Today, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in a desperate attempt to divert attention from an ongoing ED investigation, made absolutely baseless defamatory allegations against me. That's what Mr. Suvendu Adhikari said in his post on social media at X, while stating that a legal notice has been sent to West Bengal Chief Minister. Listen into what exactly West Bengal Chief Minister said about Suvendu Adhikari.
বলছে কয়লার টাকা কে খায়? অমিত শাহ খায়, হোম মিনিস্টার। কি করে খায়? গদ্দারের থ্রুতে টাকা যায়। গদ্দার অ্যাডপ্টেড সন হয়ে গেছে। গদ্দারের থ্রুতে টাকা দেয়। সাথে আছে এক জগন্নাথ। জগন্নাথ ধামের জগন্নাথ নয়, পুরীর জগন্নাথ নয়, বড় ডাকাত জগন্নাথ বিজেপি। জগন্নাথের থ্রুতে টাকা যায় শুভেন্দু অধিকারীর কাছে, আর শুভেন্দু অধিকারীর থ্রুতে টাকা যায় অমিত শাহর কাছে।
And my colleague Shinde is joining me for more details. Shreyashi, the political war of words between the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and BJP is intensifying, with Didi first claiming that she has proof against the BJP that they are linked to coal scam, and now BJP directly trading an attack and daring Mamata Banerjee to reveal it.
Well, the ED raids here in West Bengal, allegations and counter-allegations have been flying between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. Now, leader of the opposition and BJP MLA Shubhendu Adhikari has served a legal notice to the Chief Minister of West Bengal, saying that if she doesn't give supporting evidence to all the statements that she's been making regarding the alleged coal scam, where she has linked also BJP leaders, including Home Minister Amit Shah and Shubhendu Adhikari, to be beneficiaries of this illegal coal pilferage. Shubhendu Adhikari has given the Chief Minister 72 hours time, after which he has warned that he will be moving a criminal and civil defamation case against the West Bengal Chief Minister.
Absolutely. But Shreyashi, what exactly does the proof which TMC claims it has with it that links directly the BJP with the coal scam?
Well, we did hear the Chief Minister address the media yesterday outside the IPAC office in Kolkata, where she named Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Shubhendu Adhikari and BJP leader Jagannath Chattopadhyay, and said that they also have alleged links to the coal scam. Now, even in the earlier instances, we've seen the BJP dragging Trinamool Congress functionaries into this alleged coal scam that has been under investigation by both the CBI and ED since 2020 here in West Bengal. But the veracity of these charges, of course, only the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI can clarify on. Charge sheets have been filed by the CBI in this ongoing case, and the ED has now started investigations under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
Rightly so. Thank you so much, Shreyashi, for giving us all these details. The political battle between Karnataka and Kerala intensifies, with language row now brewing between the two southern states. Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala has written a letter to Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan expressing serious reservations over the proposed Malayalam language bill. Remember, this bill seeks to mandate Malayalam as the compulsory first language even in Kannada medium schools, which the Congress party in Karnataka has objected to. And now Karnataka Chief Minister himself writing a letter to Kerala Chief Minister calling the bill unconstitutional and saying that if this bill is passed, then the Karnataka government will mull on any constitutional right they have to challenge it. My colleague Ritu is also joining with more details. Ritu, to tell us about what other allegations or maybe attacks have been trained by the Karnataka Chief Minister.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, you have Karnataka Chief Minister Sabarimala taking this forward, what that we've been saying post the Kerala government basically deciding to propose a bill over mandating Malayalam in the schools. Basically, now you have Karnataka Chief Minister saying that it is quite concerning matter as well for the linguistic minorities who reside in Kasargodu region. But remember, he's also there in trying to highlight that majority of them remains to be Kannada-speaking people, and it is quite an unconstitutional move that the government has really planned it. And if the governor basically of Kerala should not give a green signal for this bill, which is quite concerning and also is a violation on those levels with various articles, is what has been stated by Karnataka Chief Minister. Now needs to be seen with elections approaching in the Kerala, whether it is purely a political stunt or else the Kerala government really means to do what they really want to do it, because there are more than 200 schools as well in this particular region which again studies Kannada as a main important language. How it is really going to take it forward, how the government is really going to take it forward, that remains to be seen.
Absolutely. Will we see a court battle between Karnataka and Kerala remains to be seen. Thank you so much, Ritu, for all these details. Shifting our focus to Maharashtra now, politics heats up ahead of the BMC elections. Uddhav Thackeray trains guns at BJP. Uddhav Thackeray says that BJP backstabbed UBT, the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray further on goes on to say that he didn't leave Hindutva by uniting with Congress party. He also asked the double standard of the BJP. What about the BJP AIMIM poll packed in some places for the BMC elections? Listen in.
भाजपने पाठीत वार केला म्हणून काँग्रेस बरोबर गेलो होतो आणि मी काँग्रेस सोबत गेलो तर उद्धव ठाकरेंनी हिंदुत्व सोडलं मग भाजपने अकोटमध्ये एमआयएम बरोबर युती केली.
And my colleague Abhishek Awasthi is joining me with more details. Abhishek, the political war of words between UBT and BJP intensified. Do tell us more about it.
Definitely, it was the first joint rally by both Thackeray brothers in Nasik for Nasik Municipal Corporation. But message from Uddhav Thackeray was loud and clear, attacking BJP, exposing the double standard, because we have seen BJP continuously attacking Uddhav Thackeray over the issue of Hindutva, that he has left Hindutva ideology when he joined Congress and made Mahavikas Aghadi, and today he got the point to attack BJP over the alliance that took place in Akot Municipal Council, where BJP has formed alliance with the AIMIM, and that's where the point where Uddhav Thackeray raised in the rally and questioned the Hindutva and reminded BJP that you always target me, then what about this alliance? So definitely the Hindutva ideology, the question time and again raised against Uddhav Thackeray. Now today he has backtracked the same question after this alliance with AIMIM of the BJP in Akot Municipal Council of.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Abhishek. The countdown is on for Battle for BMC. The Jan 15, all eyes will be on NDTV as we continue to track and break all the latest updates. Now, the Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has responded to social media criticism. Delhi Chief Minister, while speaking in Delhi Assembly, said, "They make fun of me as I am the woman Chief Minister. They make cheap comments on me." And in a very humble way, the Chief Minister said that anyone can make mistakes while speaking, hence one should not be targeted for it. Listen in.
मैं अध्यक्ष जी कहना चाहती हूँ, मैं, मेरे मंत्री, मेरे विधायक, हम सब लोग लगातार दिल्ली की सड़कों पे काम करते हुए दिखाई दे जाएंगे. लगातार दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा में हमें आप कार्यरत देख लेंगे, क्योंकि हमारी सरकार अकाउंटेबिलिटी की सरकार है. परंतु मुझे थोड़ी तकलीफ है. इन लोगों को 24/7 एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री काम करते हुए अच्छी नहीं लगती. उनको तकलीफ होती है, सहन नहीं होता. कभी वो सम्मान को ठेस पहुंचाने वाली कुछ बातें कहेंगे, फिर कभी घटिया कमेंट करेंगे, फिर बेबुनियाद इल्जाम लगाएंगे, फिर कभी शब्दों को पकड़ेंगे, कहेंगे AQI को AIQ बोल दिया. आज भी बोलेंगे कुछ. अभी मेरी पूरी स्पीच देखेंगे, उसमें से निकाल के लाएंगे. इनको अच्छा नहीं लगता. एक महिला वो राज्य चला रही है, दिल्ली जैसा, रोज इतने काम कर रही है.
Slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere as we continue to track more latest details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3x50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Master Stroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Sena, NDTV.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC, a contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body and what would it mean for Mumbaikars. BMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Masterstroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more.
US President Donald Trump has warned of severe consequences for Iran if authorities respond with violence against protesters following a surge of unrest across the country. Mr. Trump today threatened to take severe actions if Iranian authorities start killing people who are protesting, warning that Washington would hit them very hard. Trump had said this in an interview. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, has hit back at Trump, saying he should focus on his own country. On that note, we are slipping into a very short break. Do continue to watch NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 70, India's only ultra-thin phone with 3 into 50 MP cameras. Grab Motorola Edge 70 today.
Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Sena, NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
The nerve center of the maximum city, the BMC. A contest that will shape Mumbai's next decade, its identity, its legacy, its future. NDTV brings you the battle for Mumbai, asking who will hold the keys to India's richest civic body and what would it mean for Mumbaikars. BMC Power Play, only on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rug on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
NDTV presents the Master Stroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
Honoring the masters who define our creative landscape. Coming soon on the NDTV network. Every winter, the World Economic Forum at Davos becomes the world's thinking room, where power, policy and purpose converge, where the future is examined and reimagined. In January 2026, NDTV will be at the heart of this conversation. NDTV Ignite at Davos, this January on the NDTV network. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking here at this hour. Hours after ordering censor board to clear Jana Nayagan, Madras High Court Chief Justice puts Vijay's film release on hold. Jana Nayagan won't release before January 21 now. TVK likely to approach the Supreme Court. Mamata Banerjee declares war against the centre over ED raids at IPAC, says don't cross the Lakshman Rekha. Detention drama in Delhi after TMC MP's protest. ED claims Bengal Chief Minister forcibly took documents and digital devices herself during the raids. Maharashtra's civic poll war brings the Pawar Parivar together. Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar to unveil NCP manifesto in Pimpri Chinchwad tomorrow. India counters Trump's AIDS trade deal claim. Ministry of External Affairs says Howard Lutnick's version of trade talks is not correct. Iran Supreme Leader asked Trump to address problems within his own country first. This after the US President warned Tehran of severe consequences of crackdown on protesters continued. BJP and TMC fight on the streets of West Bengal intensifies, with the leader of opposition in West Bengal and BJP MLA Shinde Adhikari now serving a legal notice to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over allegations against Adhikari during her speeches. He also warned to file a defamation case if no response is received within 72 hours. Today, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in a desperate attempt to divert attention from an ongoing ED investigation, made absolutely baseless defamatory allegations against me. That's what Mr. Shinde Adhikari said